Hello and welcome to our tribute scene. This scene is very, very special to me. I took a lot of time in creating the lighting and the mood of this particular scene, primarily because I wanted this to become a teaching tool for you to learn how to light difficult chrome objects that are actually part of the frame, but are also in combination with actors too. It's not just a chrome object by itself sitting in the frame, but it's also being held by an actor, or an actor is also part of the frame and very close to it. So how do you mix and match the lighting for people and chrome objects in the same shot? This could be a gun or a knife or a sword. Most of our favorite movies involve some kind of a weapon where the hero has to fight for his life or defend someone else, you know, a friend of his or a relative who's in danger. We're talking like, for instance, Highlander, you know, that's where he was holding a sword, you know, throughout the whole movie, and you have to light the sword separate from the person sometimes. Die Hard, when he's holding a pistol throughout this entire movie, and you have to light the pistol separately. As well as how to use creative gels. Gels tend to kind of fall through the cracks in independent filmmaking. You don't have to use this much of saturated gels as I created here, with the kind of yin and yang and the whole good and evil sort of thing that we created with the intense color gels in this particular scene. You can use things that are more subtle, that's up to you. But the reason that we used extremely colorful gels in this particular scene is we wanted you to know exactly how to use them and where they come into effect. When you use milder gels and things that aren't quite as stark, it's a little bit harder to learn where to put those gels and how far away to put the lights from the subjects and how they all kind of make an interplay with each other. So we used extreme color, we used fog, we used objects in the frame, we used you know, two guys that kind of looked the parts very much. We used very realistic looking guns, even though of course they're not real. Also, we used a very powerful flashlight here, like a police flashlight. And there's another section later on in the DVD series in this particular project where you're going to learn about different flashlights and which one to use in different circumstances, so it'll aid you in the selection of the proper flashlight. The one we used here was an 8-watt police flashlight. So it's a mixture of all the things that you're going to learn later on in the DVD series that apply into this particular one. But we wanted to start off with it so you can kind of see as an end product what you can achieve with just, you know, maybe about 8 or 9 lights that we have over here. Pretty small stage, a couple of guys. Like I said, you may choose different colors for the gels, you may choose a different situation. But you'll notice that if you watch current movies being made right now and watch how what the shots look like in those movies and compare them to this particular scene, you're going to find that it has the seed of those films built into the scene. If you learn all the techniques that we have used in this particular scene, you'll be able to upgrade it to the next level and use it for filmmaking. This type of lighting, and of course because it was shot on 60i HD, is very much in concert with today's reenactment films or reenactment programs on TV that you'll see. You know, either police or army type of military channel type reenactments that they do to reenact a certain scene from that has historical importance or something that transpired even recently. You'll find that they use this type of technique of lighting and also this type of shooting. And a lot of times they use 60i cameras, but if you're shooting for more of like a movie type of thing rather than a reenactment, you will more than likely use a 24p HD camera, possibly with larger chips. But this scene will give you a seed of exactly how to light something like this for your own movie. They would probably use gels that are less colorful or have, you know, less saturation in them, because of course they're not trying to draw attention to the gels and teach a concept as we are here. They're just trying to create a mood. So in fact, you know, in a scene like this, you may not use any gels at all. You may just use points of light and create, you know, areas of white in the frame. This DVD series has never been about teaching your creativity. It's never been about that. Nothing that you've seen either in the 6 DVD series before or in the current 4 DVD series that pertains to lighting specifically has ever claimed to teach anybody creativity. The creativity is going to come from you as an artist. What this is going to teach you is a technique. If you're a pro and you just want to see exactly how we lit the scene, you don't want to bother with anything else, you can just watch the first 3 or 4 minutes. You're done. You've learned everything that we did about lighting the scene, you know, where all the light sources are, the intensities, and whether we used diffusion on them, what kind of color gels we used on them. You're done. If you would like to know more about how we did it, you can just watch the rest of the program. And it's a step-by-step process of the 2-hour period that it took us to actually create the scene from scratch. It took us about 2 hours, but we condensed it down to about 55 minutes. We cut out times when we were trying to sync up the cameras or changing tapes, and we just left the cream of the crop. And also, you're going to have the set communication between me and the lighting technician. I DP'd this entire series, the 4 DVD series, but we also have microphones on both me and the lighting tech. So you're going to hear all the jargon, you're going to hear all the set instructions, and from that you're going to glean exactly how kind of life functions on the set and how people communicate with each other very easily. And that's why this process takes a little bit longer, because sure, we can present this entire piece in 3 minutes, and we're going to present it in 3 minutes to the professionals in the audience who don't really want to go through the rigmarole of exactly how we did it. But we know that 90% of the people that are buying our course are going to want to see the procedure. I mean, the whole purpose of the teaching is to show the procedure and how we arrived creatively and technically at the final frame when we started at these humble roots of just having a blue background and a white floor in just a small stage. And so I'm hoping that you will enjoy this kind of new way of teaching that we have, and I'm hoping that this will end up, when you kind of come out of it, we'll realize our purpose in creating the series, and that is to give you a feeling as though you were sitting there actually on stage with us, actually in the field with us, watching this process take place step by step and listening to us interacting with the actors. And we're hoping that this will leave kind of an indelible mark on your consciousness, that when you actually go into the set and you would like to go ahead and create something similar to this, maybe you're not going to create the exact same thing. Of course, this was created just purely for education. This isn't anything, it's not part of a movie or anything. But we're hoping that when you walk on the set, you'll know what to ask for, you'll know how to ask for it, you'll know how to communicate with your lighting tech, or if you are a lighting tech, how to communicate with your director. You'll know how to communicate with your actors in a way, or your models in this case, in a way that they're used to being communicated with. Well, here it is. This is it, raw from the stage. We're going to start you off. We're going to give you all the lighting step by step that we did. At that point, if you want, you can exit out of the thing and move on to the card table scene, which is very similar to this, also 1 hour. And then after that, they're very short little pieces. But this and the card table we spent the most amount of time on. If you would like, you can continue watching the entire thing and get the most out of it. So here we go. So let's look at this frame as it is right now. We have a lot of red on the left side of the frame. We have a lot of blue on the right side of the frame. There's also a red rim light that is affecting Arnie on the left side, and a blue rim light that is affecting Daniel on the right side. Now let's clean up the frame real quick, get rid of all the smoke so we can see what it really looks like, and start studying all the lights and what they're doing. This is the frame as it's going to end up before all the smoke takes place, and you see the fan kind of oscillating in the background. We have a 400 watt HMI key light, a 650 watt tungsten fill light, 1000 watt background light, a 300 watt rim light, a 650 watt special light, a 300 watt set light, and a Diva 400 on the floor as fill light. There's actually a couple more lights hidden behind some of the flags that are in the shot. You can't actually see them from this particular angle. So let's go ahead and go to other angles so we can see exactly what each light itself is seeing on the stage and discuss exactly what it's doing. The first thing we're going to talk about is a 650 watt fill light right there. Here it is getting turned on and off so you can see exactly what it's doing from the main camera. You can see how it fills in the faces, fills in the shadows so you can actually see the people. If you were to leave it off, it's just going to give you a more stark type of environment where it's more contrasty, the shadows are going to be darker, and you're not going to as easily see into the faces of the people. Next up is the 1K background light. It's a 1000 watt open phase going through that fan. You can barely notice it on this particular scene because right now there's a lot of smoke in the air and it's not really doing its job, but if you see it on another shot, like this one, you can see that it makes a very definitive pattern on the back wall that mimics the shape of that fan, and that way you can rotate the fan and add more momentum to the scene. Next up is the red rim light on the left side of the frame, which is being turned on and off right now. And you can see how it's casting this red rim on Arnie's left side, and it creates that nice outline that separates him from the background and also fills in the smoke on that side of the frame. Next up is this 150 watt, also with a red gel, that's aimed up closer to him and higher, and that way it fills in the top of his body. As you can see, we left the other light off right there so it won't affect the frame, and we're turning on and off that 150 so you can see exactly what it's doing. It's just affecting his arm, his back, and the beanie that he's wearing. And the reason we need it is because the light that's in the background that's just affecting the bottom part of his body can't possibly also cover the top of his body and his arm too, and it won't be bright enough. So we need another light that's closer to him and at that angle to cover that area of his body. That's why you need two lights, and they're going to look like one light. As long as you use the same red gel on both of them, or the same color gel on both of them, they're going to look like they're just one light when you turn them on together. And that's why we left up this freeze frame, so you can see how both lights being turned on together, they're going to create two different gradients on the left side of the frame, but it still feels like it's one light coming in. They don't look like one is at the back of the set and one is closer to Arnie on the left side. It just feels like it's the exact same light, and if we hadn't drawn your attention to it, you'd just think that it was just one light. In fact, you can kind of think of the blue light in the top right-hand corner, the key light, as being, let's just say, moonlight, or let's just say an open window with a lot of blue light streaming in, and the red light on the left side could be, for instance, an exit sign that's on the left side, or maybe it's an alarm of some sort that came on. And if you were to oscillate it, it's going to feel like it's an alarm going off over there on the left side. There's a lot of things that you can do with this type of lighting just by varying the gels a little bit or putting lights at different points, and just by having the, a grip move them around, or let's just say oscillate one of the lights, you can really do a lot with this kind of lighting. Next up is the gun barrel light. This is the light that we put on the left side of the frame, just white light, that comes into the barrel of the gun, of that chrome gun, and kind of illuminates it so it just doesn't look like it's a black blob over there. You can actually see that it's a gun barrel and that it has a hole in it, and it just draws even more attention to it and rounds off the chrome object in the frame. So that's the kind of special light that we put in the frame just to light the gun itself, and it doesn't impact any other part of the frame. That was a 300 watt Fresnel. This is a 650 watt Fresnel that is used to just light that statue in the middle of the frame right there on the right side. You can see it being turned on and off and what kind of an effect it's having on the statue. Without it, you really wouldn't be able to see it very much. I mean, it's there, but it's kind of reaped in darkness on the left side. And if you really wanted to see what kind of a statue it was, you really needed that kind of light. As you can see, it also has a very deep kind of gold gel on it, and it matches the color of the statue as well as the grittiness of the scene, and it adds to it as one more layer of light that's coming in between these two guys that's totally separate from both of them. This is a 150 watt Fresnel light with kind of a magenta gel on it that's going in and lighting up the inside of that table so that it feels like it's kind of illuminated by the same light that's lighting Arnie from the left side. But we added a magenta gel to it instead of a red gel because we didn't want it to just be red on red on red. We wanted to have another layer of a hue of color between Arnie through the table to Daniel to the background. So you've got Arnie, the table, the statue, then Daniel, then the background, and it kind of creates a nice stagger of objects in the frame that creates more depth rather than just kind of red on red on red throughout the whole thing. For the next light, it's a lot easier to use this freeze frame from a lot later in this program. This is about 50 minutes from now where you can actually see all this stuff happening where you see each individual light by itself. But here we are kind of jumping ahead to show you exactly what that Diva 400 with the gold gel on it is doing as a fill light. It's illuminating Daniel's face, his features, but also in a very creative kind of way. It's not just illuminating him from the right side. It's kind of creating a little bit of that sinister kind of look, light from below kind of thing. And also the gel in and of itself is coloring his features, is coloring also his clothing, and it's creating a little bit of an emotional impact from the light itself. The next light is, of course, the most important light on the set. We went ahead and also cut to a freeze frame there so you can see just what that light is doing all by itself. This is the key light. The key light is this 400 watt HMI, and even though we're at a 3200 degrees Kelvin tungsten balance, which is going to allow that HMI to be blue anyhow, we added additional blue to it to make it even more blue. And the reason that that's considered a key light, even though it's coming from behind the set, it's actually a rim light, but the reason it's considered a key light is because it's the most powerful light on the set. It's creating the major shadows. If you were to see the set from overhead, from up above, you'll see that the darkest shadows on the floor that are being created are from this particular key light. And when you remove it, it feels like the whole set kind of dipped down a little bit as far as intensity and as far as punch and power, and all the other lights feel like they're not quite doing their job anymore. So there it is. That's the entire lighting setup that we did. If you'd like, you can go ahead and skip to the card table or skip to another tab on your DVD menu or to another DVD entirely. Or if you'd like, you can continue watching this particular section and get the exact step-by-step of how we accomplished this lighting setup from scratch, from absolutely nothing, with all the set dialogue edited for content. And I would like to thank you again for watching our series. Thank you for choosing to watch the step-by-step portion of this program. There are just 4 main aspects of lighting that I want you to always remember as you're watching this program: the quality, the quantity, and the color of the light, as well as the position of the light. The quality, whether it's a hard light or a soft light. The quantity, is it intense? Is it like a key light, or is it very, very dim, sort of like a set light or like a fill light? And also the color of the light. Are you going for a positive type of atmosphere? Are you looking for a dark kind of sinister atmosphere? And also the position of the light. Is it coming from a top 3/4, from a bottom 3/4? Is it a side light? Is it a fill light? Where is the position of this light with respect to the actors on the set? And where is it placed in relation to the camera itself, as well as the distances to both the camera and the subjects? Remember these 4 aspects as you watch this program. Rotate that table around counterclockwise. Yeah, like that. No, not that far. Stop, keep going to the right, Actually hold it with those things will snap right off, yeah. It's old. Okay, turn it clockwise, the other way. Keep going, right there, stop. Okay. Please remember that the temperature currently in the studio is 112 degrees Fahrenheit, and it climbed up to 117 throughout the day. Actually, no, never mind. Yeah, go ahead and get into your position.
We still see the top on the underscan. We're seeing the top of the screen too. Yeah. See, like that, we're going to be able to.
Okay, let's come up a little bit. Let's bring in the spreaders again. Okay. They're still unlocked. Okay. So go ahead. All the way. Okay, let me level the camera. Daniel, can you move a little bit to your left? Or, yeah, my left, I'm sorry, yeah. Okay, Narni, give me your shot. Okay. That's the widest I can get right there, yeah. And just possess the frame without any kind of...
You need to tilt up like a millimeter.
Yeah, to get, let's go under. Oh, you went under.
There's just a little bit of ground, yeah.
This particular camera doesn't have overscan. The Z1 does, though.
The what?
The Z1 has overscan.
Oh, you can, on the Z1 you can actually see the underscan on this?
Yeah, you can overscan. But not on the consumer model. Okay, that's good. Okay, so give me a 150 on Daniel, 150 also on Arnie, from the same side, from that side.
Okay. See
if you can make that HMI work for you.
Okay, so it's doing double duty?
Both, yeah, both people, okay. Yeah. Hey Arnie, do we need to get you something for your knee so you can stay in that position? Yeah. The sandbag okay maybe? Let's try it. See if that'll work for you. Lean into the oh, wait, careful. Actually, you weren't quite doing that before, but I was getting you. Hold on, maybe I need to tilt up 1 second. Here, like that. Straighten your back, that's fine. There you go. There you go, that's cool. Okay, so that's your position right there, that's your mark. Is that okay on your knee, or do you want something else? Okay. Okay, until we actually start doing the shot, you can just sit. Here. That'll make it a lot easier. But put your legs forward. Yeah, like that. And don't lean down like that. Actually make like you're on your knee, that exact same position that you were at before. Like that. Okay, that's good. Right there. So that way I can start setting my camera. There we go. Okay. Okay, here comes the HMI. It's hitting both. I think I might actually, is it flaring to the camera? Yeah, it's gonna flare in the camera. Is it? It's gonna. Yeah, it's illuminating. There we go. It's good now. You just gotta, when you're over there, just look and make sure it's not hitting the lens, and that's it. Yeah, it's real easy. Okay, so that's good on that.
Right now, with these up, it looks daylight.
Yeah. Let's go for the 650 as fill from over here. That's already got 2 doubles in it, so I think that should be okay.
Going hot. Striking. correct this or no? Correct this or?
Just leave it right there. No, it's fine. Leave it warm. I'm gonna go turn off the house lights. House lights going down.
Mike, hey Mike, is that on a switch? Yeah. See.
Okay. Arnie? Okay, can I get a double net in front of that HMI?
Double
please?
net?
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, no, wait. This thing's on decibels gain. Hold on. Arnie, keep going over there. Okay, we're off gain now.
And we're open wide?
Yeah, we're wide open, but we're off gain, so that's fine now. So let's take the doubles out of that chimera.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. We'll keep that warm. Arnie, give me the shot. Let's also put our 150 back there as another rim.
Okay.
We'll see what it does. Actually, a 300. 300
for just Daniel or for both?
See what you can hit.
Okay.
We're going up to f2.4 at 12 decibels on our A camera, so we can keep seeing what's happening back there in the background. Yeah, I want to get that light kind of from below. You know, get something a little
all the
creative.
way down.
Yeah, go all the way down. We'll start from all the way down, and then we'll go up from there. Thank you, sir.
No problem. Striking.
Okay, move as far to the corner as you possibly can.
To here?
Yeah, as far to the back wall as possible. I'm sorry, actually, don't go in the corner. Just go to the back wall. Just go to the back wall. Okay? Come in with it a little bit more. Move towards the actors. And just hit Arnie with it only.
Spot or just with barn doors?
No, just with the barn doors. Use the fat barn doors. Use the big barn doors instead. Thank you. There you go. Now we got an edge along his entire body. That's good. Give me, does that have any doubles in it or anything?
This is, no, it's clean.
Okay. Give me a red in that, please. All right. Now spot it on Arnie, because we need to get more power out of it.
Spotting.
Actually, flood it back again. It's too much. Thank you. You have to raise it a little bit because it's just not hitting his head at all. It's just hitting his back.
There or more?
Yeah, I still can't see it at all in his head. You might need a secondary light. You know what? Bring that back down to where it was. Cut that gel in half and bring in another 150 closer.
Copy that.
Thank you. Can you spike Daniel where he's standing with a T mark? Don't move, Daniel. Stay where you are. Thank you, sir. Okay, Daniel, can you change your shirt? Do you have like a black shirt or a dark shirt? Okay, black shirt, please. Thank you.
Just keep the jeans on.
Yeah, keep the jeans on. It's fine. Well, do you have any dark pants on? Dark pants, like black pants, or which one? All black, please. Thank you.
You want a 150 like on the side here for his head?
Yeah. Bear in mind, Ivan.
Yeah.
I want him to actually walk into the shot. I want him to have movement in the shot. So we can't make the lighting so exact and precise that they have to be in those positions. Like I would say that Daniel is going to start from screen left and walk to screen right.
Okay.
And Arnie will probably be facing the camera first, and he'll turn around and look at Daniel.
Daniel's taking a position behind him, and then
Right.
he's going to, okay.
Right.
Striking.
Thank you. let's get that, you know where the diva is right there? Put that where the diva is. Maybe push the diva, yeah, like right there, and then just kind of put that right in that area. So we can get more of a rim on him.
There?
Keep going a little bit more. Keep going, like a whole 3 more feet, 2 more feet. Right there. Arnie, give me the shot, please. See, I got to hit him right there.
Yeah,
that beanie is
so
so
I gotta
dark.
come closer
Yeah,
this way.
that's cool. Even if you need to spot it on him, it's fine. It's too much now. It's like on his shoulder and stuff.
There?
Tilt it up. Up, 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 up. I don't know.
There, it's most intense right there.
Keep looking over there, Arnie, please. Thank you. Okay, that's good right there. I like that. That's cool. Can you give me that on and off,
Sure.
so I can just see exactly what it's hitting?
Striking?
No, we got to go further back with it. It's illuminating. I like that dark shadow on his shoulder blades, and it's just illuminating too much of that, you know?
There? Because the beanie, I mean, the beanie's so black. I mean, it's so black.
I know. Well, maybe bring it closer to him. You just need more wattage to intensify it. And move away from me. Away from me. Keep going away from me. Keep going like 3 feet. 3 feet. Keep going. Okay, look over there, Arnie. And let me just see what's going on here. I just got to see it. Oh, this thing won't lock. That's why. You got to like hook it like this because you know what happens every time, Ivan? You lock it in position and it drifts down like 3 or 4 degrees. This light.
I was holding it, now I was adjusting it.
Give me the shot, Arnie. Yeah, perfect. That's it right there. Because what I did is I sandwiched the cable between the two things, so now it's like locked in position. All right, let's go ahead and turn on the light first, dim it up all the way, and then apply the CTB.
Striking.
Thank you.
This is that.
No,
that's
that's not
half.
even. Yeah, it's not doing anything.
This is.
You know what you need? You need actually like a color effect. That's actually coming out green. I think I found some full blue.
Yeah.
I think.
Nice.
Let me see. Actually, you might have
That
some
looks
green
like
in it.
moonlight. Yeah, this is like,
Yeah,
like 180.
it's like a aquamarine or something.
Yeah.
That might not work. Just throw it in front of the light real quick. Nah, that's not gonna work. That's got too much green in it. Let's just try magenta then.
Yeah.
That's salmon pink. That's not magenta. This is magenta. This is like not a deep magenta. You're gonna have to double it up quite a few times. Double it up. Yeah, I kind of like that actually.
Okay.
The only thing is we have to flip this table around because of that stain that's on it. Let me see. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. Yep, thank you. And that 150, if you can spot it, bring it close so it makes it more of a hot spot near his left knee right there. I want to hot spot that gradates a little bit out like that.
Hot spot.
Hot spot right here that gradates a little bit out.
Okay, good. There.
Tilt down just a hair.
There.
A little bit more. A little bit more. Right there. That's good right there. I love that. Arnie, give me the shot. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's nice.
Cool.
Okay, so we just made a nice
That's
graduation.
A shadow, or is that okay?
No, that's a shadow, but that's okay. It's acceptable. Okay, now let's see if you can give me a full blue on the HMI. I want to see what that does.
A full blue on the HMI?
On the HMI. I just want to just throw it in front of it just for a second. That's like what is that, an eighth?
I think it's only 8. That looks like full, right?
No, it's a half. But
Is
try
it?
it anyway. That's a half. Full is so deep, man. You can barely see through it.
Yeah, it is half. You're right.
In and out. I love it.
Okay. Apply it.
Arnie, maintain the shot, please, just for a second while we're doing that. At least just, you don't have to put your arms up, but just kind of stay in that position. That looks really nice. Okay. We're getting this frame sculpted. That 150 over there with the dimmer, can you dim that down a little bit?
Uh-huh.
It's starting to kind of bug me a little bit.
Dim it down.
Dim it down. Arnie, stay in position, please. Thank you.
There.
Keep going. Right there, that's fine. And push it away from me just a little bit. Make that shadow a little bit more pronounced. That shadow that's on the table, okay. A little bit more pronounced.
There.
That's cool. That works for me. Arnie, give me the shot real quick. The full shot. Okay, that's cool. That looks really nice. Okay. Now, we're going to need another... do we have any more 150s? Yeah, we have those peppers, right?
Yeah.
Actually, no, maybe not a 150. Let's try a Diva.
Nah.
Really, really low intensity, right in front of Daniel.
On the
from
ground?
The floor.
No. Okay.
Yeah, from the floor.
Just regular unbalanced, or, I mean, just standard
yeah, just kind of as it is, and we'll see what it looks like.
Going hot. Striking.
Thank you. Dim down all the way.
Dim down.
All the way until you can just barely see it. Scrunch in the barn doors all the way. It might just give us only what we're looking for.
Strike it and then scrunch the barn doors in?
Yeah. All the way in. Until it's like maybe a 1-inch slit almost.
Okay, that's on full intensity. Want me to dim down?
Okay, yeah. Stand by. Aim it more towards him again. Like, yeah, aim it a little bit more, keep going. And move it to my left, screen left. Watch the prop. Keep going, move it to the left, there you go. Okay. Is that at, what is that, maximum or?
No, that's min.
Minimum, okay.
This is max.
Now start coming down. Wait, slowly. Start coming down
max.
slowly.
Coming down.
Right, right there. Okay,
Here?
Let's put like a straw or something, or like a full straw or a CTO or something like that. We'll see what that looks like. Let me see it in and out.
In, you ready?
Yeah.
Out.
All right, just stay there. Let me get you something else. Hold on. It's like a full straw, I think.
Full straw. Grand.
Yeah. I want it to be nasty yellow. Is that the same thing you had, or?
No, I think I had a quarter straw. I think this is a quarter straw.
All right, double that one up. The one I just gave you, double that one up.
Double the quarter straw?
No, the one I just gave you.
Nasty? Okay.
Yeah, that one.
All right, it's on.
And out.
Out. In.
Oh, that's nice. That's exactly what we're looking for.
Okay.
That's beautiful. One thing we're going to do is see this edge right here on the table. We're going to need a double net to just take it off of that edge, but not off of Arnie.
Take that edge a stop down?
Yeah, stop down, but make sure it doesn't flag anything off of Arnie.
Okay.
I don't know if that's coming from the Chimera.
Coming from the Chimera.
Yeah. That's going to be a trick for you.
That's going to be tricky.
I know. Or a flag, maybe just flag it. Well, I think flag it, yeah.
Okay.
Because I think if you flag it, it'll still wrap around the flag enough to show up.
Here, you wanted exactly one stop down?
No, it's okay. Just flag it.
Okay.
We'll see what flagging is going to do. Yeah.
Here.
Take it away. Again. Take it away. Yeah, it looks good.
Okay, so like this?
Yeah. Actually, a little bit closer to him. Come in a little bit closer to him.
Okay.
Make the shadow a little bit sharper.
Good. Give me a second to set. Swing it away?
Yeah, just unlock the the pan on it and just swing it away so I can see it. Okay, swing it in. Beautiful. That's it.
Okay.
You made it. Okay. We'll start calling you One Shot Corona.
Huh?
I'm gonna start calling you One Shot Corona.
One shot.
One shot
right.
deal, man. You get it right the first time.
That's good.
That's right. That's good. Now let's try dulling it first. I want to see what happens when you dull it,
Okay.
and if it doesn't work, we'll try to flag the light off of it a little bit. Can you do me a favor? Can you apply it from the other side?
Can I apply it from this side?
From the other side. Yeah, for the camera. Nobody breathe that in. On to the left a little bit more, to the left. No, my left, right there. There you go.
Cover it one more time. Sorry. It's
Watch your actor.
toxic. It can't be. So
So wait for it to cool down, or is that what you're
I
saying?
guess
Dry
so.
up?
Dry up.
Okay.
What did you spray?
What did I spray? The stool. That black stool.
Ooh.
Stool means so many different things.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. How did you get
we don't have to go
feces?
into
How
that.
do you get stool? What is stool?
And stool pigeon,
Yeah.
stool, like poop.
Yeah.
Then you
But
have
how do you
like
get that? I mean, I don't understand how.
sitting
feces is
stool.
Seriously, is it a German thing, or is it like is it?
I don't know. That's actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
I don't mind that highlight there now. Let it go. It looks nice.
Okay.
Just forget about it. It's cool. Okay. Can you pop that in the frame on that stool?
On the stool.
Yeah. Make him face the camera. This is the main camera. And more to the left. My left. Not quite. Come back a little bit. Just make smaller movement right there. A little bit more to the right. Probably where it was.
Your right.
My right. Right there. That's good. Okay. Now we need to get a special on him. A set light or special light on him. From cross Arnie, the other side. So it
Okay.
hits from this side and it
Okay.
makes him glow. So it's like the brightest part of the frame.
Okay.
Probably one of those 150s.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to also put some gold on it.
Going hot and striking. Watch your eyes. Ah.
After this light, I think we got just one last light to go.
Huh?
Is that spotted in all the way?
It's spotted. Yeah.
It's not quite really doing much. You need to probably, I hate to
wanna-
hit, we have to hit it across so the shadow goes away to the right. I want it to glow a little bit more. I mean, I wish we had a Dito light, but we don't have any Dito lights.
The 300's in play right now, so
Do we have, in that light kit back there?
striking.
That'll give you power to spare now. You know, we lost the magenta on that table. There it goes. Thank you.
Striking.
Give me a full spot on the only on that object. You can move in if you need to. You're gonna have to go up higher because
Up
it's hitting
higher?
it's hitting the table. And closer too, please. You're gonna have to get over that table somehow because it's still hitting it. Careful. Okay, now you can probably hit it. There you go. Now you can hit it. Now, why don't you apply the that gold gel to it and see what we get, the full straw. Arnie, give me the shot real quick. Give me your shot 1 second, just so I can see it. Okay, that's cool. All right, that's working. I want to make sure it's not hitting your hands, so.
Do you want
It's not. It's fine. I mean, it's not hitting it in a bad way or anything. That's good. I
Gel
like
in?
that. Yeah, that's good. It's like a greenish yellow. Okay. Like, don't you wish we could just hang a par from up
Yeah,
there and
I
just
like
like a par HMI and just shine
Whoa.
it straight down? Nah, don't worry about that. We're not going to do that. So now I need you to fly in that fan back by that HMI. And I need you to grab, please, a 1K open face with barn doors and put it behind it so that we can throw the blade movement against the background.
That's cool. Hey, Mike, can you get I don't know where there's open faced one case. Are you sure that we're going to be able to vary this enough?
We'll see. We'll try it. There ain't never no harm in trying, as long as the motive is right. Two things you're going to need over there. You're going to need a C-stand with a flag, because when it hits that blade, it's going to reflect a lot of light, probably back in near the camera maybe or something. So you need a C-stand with a flag on the ready. If we don't have double screen for the 1K, we need double net.
So you want this flag to do what? To cut this?
I just don't want it. I don't want light from that thing bouncing back into them.
Yeah.
So we need a bigger one. You need a 4x4 floppy.
You sure? Okay.
Yeah, I know. I don't want any light spilling into them at all, which it is right now. It'll ruin the shot. Make sure that's fully flooded also, that instrument. Make sure that light isn't hitting them at all. You see that edge of that light right there? Yeah, I want to make sure it does not hit them at all. Okay, now barn door it in so that it only hits barn door, the top barn door down.
Hold on.
Okay, whenever you're ready. You don't need to turn it on because you're going to spin it with your finger.
Okay.
Because if you turn it on, it's going to go too fast, you'll lose the effect.
Okay, so you need what?
Top barn door down on that 1K. Gently. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep it going, keep it going. Okay, now right barn door in towards the light.
Right barn door in.
Right barn door in. Keep it going.
As far as it goes.
That's as far as it goes.
Over. I can rotate.
No, just flag it. Oh, wait, hold on. What did you just do?
Rotated it.
Rotate it the other way, clockwise. Okay, now spin the fan blades a little bit. Now, I still don't like that all that spill. See that spill on the top right-hand side there? That's not good, so we need to flag that somehow.
Here?
Yeah, all that stuff right there. It needs to just hit the center of the frame and not the top or the bottom edge.
Like that?
It's not cutting it.
Okay.
You got to flag it. Squeeze a flag in there somewhere.
That good?
Yeah. And off the ground too. Maybe you can tilt up or something. I don't know what, but if you, no, that's taking it away from the center. Just you got to get it off that ground somehow. Spin the blades for me. Let me see what we're still doing here. Yeah, see, we're still getting a lot of the blades. I just need to get rid of it on the right-hand side. Maybe you can move the light away from me.
Away from you?
Yeah, away from me.
Not like that, obviously, right?
Now the blades are spinning from the wrong side. Maybe you can pan the fan. Pan the fan.
I mean, I can spin them either way, obviously.
No. You gotta make sure that the blades, you're seeing the left side of the blades.
Okay.
You gotta move the fan away from me. There you go, right there, like that.
Okay.
Now when you spin them, they spin on the right side. Like that. There you go. Okay. So one last flag or something. Just get it off the ground so we can shoot this.
All right. There?
Yep.
Yeah?
That's good. Spin
Good.
the blades, please. That's beautiful.
Okay.
Okay. I need one more flag flown in front of that gold light for the statue.
Okay.
We got to cut the light off the bottom of the statue. How about that?
Cut it off the bottom of the statue?
Off the bottom of the statue. We're about to make life as difficult as possible here.
So.
Yeah, just off the bottom.
Like this?
Yeah, like that. So you can only the top of the body of the statue is illuminated.
That?
Okay, now lower it or take it away or something, And then bring it back in like that so I can get it live. There you go. Bring it in.
Ugh.
There you go. You got it, man. Okay, we're ready to shoot. Okay, literally. Okay, these are fake pistols, guys. They don't actually fire bullets or anything.
What are those Hollywood issues?
This is going to be yours. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's fine. Stay on that box. Okay, aim the gun at each other, please. There you go. Look at that. That's nice. That's what I was trying to aim for with that HMI, is to get all that gleam on the chrome right there. We need one more light.
What do you need?
I need a light that goes up the tube of this, this gun so that we can actually see inside the tube.
Let's add that in the CG. Now, what do you got?
It's going to be probably a 150 from this side, that 150 right there.
So you
spotted,
want to aim straight in?
Yeah, spotted so that it only hits the gun and not his face. No, not straight in. You're going to have to be like right around here, from right here. Aim the gun, please, sir. Right here like that, from right there like that. But make sure it doesn't hit anything past the gun, just in that area right there.
So, okay, so just white,
yeah, just
white.
light, white light.
Okay.
Turn it on and off. Or unplug it. Now watch the front of that gun as he turns that light on and off and see what happens. Can you tilt it up just a little bit? Can you actually hold that up again real quick? Just tilt it up a hair.
Tilt my light up a hair?
Tilt your light up a hair. Right there. There it is. Okay, you got it. That's the one.
Okay, good.
So we got the shot. So we're going to go ahead and try the shot with just the lighting as it is.
Can I see that again?
Yeah, can you go ahead and do the shot, please? Do the shot, Arnie?
Cool, sweet, I see. Because before there was no shine on that, right?
There you go.
Okay, that's cool, sweet.
That's cool. I love that. And you're going to be over there spinning the fan. Just be careful. Everything is literally down to like a millimeter. Yeah, spin it clockwise. There you go. That's cool. That's the one. Okay, so we are rolling on both cameras. That's good. That's good. Let me just take a critical focus again one last time.
What do we have?
You're going to put a dimmer on it.
Yeah. I was thinking it's...
I thought that would burn out the motor. That's all.
Yeah, I just don't take it up to...
Look at that. Look at the gleam on that thing.
Yeah.
You look like a young Sam Jackson.
Perfect.
Slower. If you can. Well, you know what? You can put like some kind of like a napkin or something on the other side and force the motor to be slower against the fan blade.
Yeah.
Okay. If you can keep it going, that's fine, because it's going to have to go for like 15 seconds or 20 seconds at least. Okay, so here's the action on this shot. Just so you guys know, it's real simple. I want you to be able to walk into that area. So you got your spike marks, right, Daniel? You see where your spike marks are? Yeah. I want you to walk in from the left side, please, into that area, and then take aim. And then when you take aim, when you hear him go, like actually cock the gun and aim it at him. And when he does that, Arnie, can you put away the Doritos, please? Put away the Doritos, please. Okay, just throw them away. All right, thank you. And when he does that, you're going to whip around. You're going to first be facing into the camera like you are right now. And when you hear him, no, just, well,
because we're going to the knee.
I actually like it just the way you are. So you don't need to go to your knee. That's fine.
At all?
No, that's fine. So just be like right there like that.
Yep.
And when you hear him cocking the gun, when he gets in position, take out the gun from over there and aim it at him as well, too.
But I'm taking out the gun, still facing this, and
Yeah.
then turn.
Right.
Is that what you want?
Maybe take like a look, come back, then draw. Okay? All right, let's try that. Okay, everybody ready? Right? You got it. That's the one. We'll just do it a little bit faster. That's cool. Just look at him. Concentrate on him. Okay, here we go. Actually, Daniel, you need to go further out. Further out. You're still in the frame. Yeah, right there. Okay, you're good. Everybody ready? Okay, we got it. Let's do it. Stand by. Wait for the action. And action, Daniel. Okay. I want that to be faster. When you hear him, as soon as you hear him like that, actually, as he's walking in, you're gonna look over, see what's up, and then by the time he cocks the gun, you've already pulled it out. All right, cool.
Fan.
And action, Daniel. Here he comes. When I say action, you look over. All right. Stand by. Okay, Arnie, relax your chest a little bit, relax your muscles, and look down over there, this way. No, this way over here, like at the monitor over here. There you go. Stand by. Waiting for the fan. And action. And hold that. The fan stopped. Okay, that's the thing. See, Mike, I can't have it stop in the middle of the shot because that's.
I'll try it.
I know that's the best you can do, but we got to figure out something else.
Does it activate? Okay, let's try it.
You ready?
Yeah.
Stand by. I need you to draw that gun a little bit faster, Arnie.
Once I see him coming, I'll tell you.
When I say action, you give it one beat. You count 1001, then go ahead. Stand by.
Is this good for the fan speed?
That's fine. And action. Let's try that again. Give it 1001 after action. 1001 after, no, 1001, then look, and come back, then draw. Got it.
Set.
And action. Arnie, try it again. First take a look, then come back, draw, and again. So first take a look. Show me how you're going to do it.
1,000.
Like that. Right. Try it again. Let me see it again.
1,000.
When you look back, though, don't look over here anymore. You just kind of like look back like where you're going to reach into.
Okay.
Yeah, like that. Try it again. Let me see it again.
1,000.
There you go. That's good. That looks nice. Okay. And action. Hold that. And drop the guns. Beautiful. Very nice. Okay, let's try it now with, let's do one safety. We'll do one more for safety since that was the first one that actually worked. And then we'll turn off the backlight or the background light. We'll try without the background light.
Okay.
So let's go back to one. And action. Hold. Drop the guns. Back to one. Let's try it again. Camera's rolling. Stand by. And action. Drop the guns, stay in position. Ivan, go ahead and turn off that background light.
Striking.
Thank you. Let's go back to one and do it again. Action. That's good. Drop the guns. Stay in position, please. And cut. Okay? Now, What we're going to do is keep you guys in these positions, and we're going to go ahead and start turning on some lights on and off. So we'll start with the fill light. Aim the guns. I know, I know. I feel that way sometimes too. Okay. Kill the fill.
Striking.
Fill light off. One more. And off. Okay. Now come to the left side of the frame, left side of the set, and go for the special light on the statue first.
Okay. Striking.
Okay. On and off. And then off again. Okay. Now give me the special light on the gun.
Come on.
Okay. That's cool. That's fine. And give me the table lamp now, the one that's under the table at your feet. Turn around. Lights at your feet. Right there. On and off. And off. Okay. Now we get the T3 look. Let's go back to the red light that's furthest down towards the back wall. And on and off. Okay, and keep it off. Now give me the Diva light.
The Diva. Copy that.
Dim it down, you know, like kind of like down, then back up to that intensity, then back down.
Okay. It's going to be hard to match this intensity.
I know, I know.
There's no
Just
markers.
do your best. It's cool. I understand.
Dim it all the way down first, and back
All the
up
way
to
down
full.
first, and hold it.
It's
Then
off.
back up a little bit, and then back down to off. Okay, so we've got all the lights off except for the HMI, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. So we're back down to the key light. Okay, guys, drop your arms. Take a chill. Sorry. Thank you very much for holding your arms up that long. I appreciate it. Okay. Now, whenever you're ready, Ivan,
Uh-huh.
I need you to bring back just the fill.
Striking.
Off.
Striking.
And guys, raise the guns up, please, again. On. Okay. And give me the, let's go back to the rim lights. Fill off.
Striking.
And on. And off. Okay, and now give me just the special on the statue.
Copy that.
Thank you.
Striking.
Off. On. Off. And give me the one on the table at your feet. That's the chair, guys.
Striking.
Okay. And off. And give me the one that's on the gun barrel.
Okay. Striking.
And off.
Striking.
Thank you. Okay. Guns down. Okay. So can we get that fan going again?
The fan.
Yeah.
The
Mike,
oh.
can you take the smoker? And Ivan, can you take the fan? Because
Sweet.
you had that thing.
We've got to close the door. We got to close the door too.
Can you do me a favor? Can you sit in the shot, but on this... Actually, yeah, let's bring this chair in real quick.
Same thing.
And
Old fog machine.
Ivan,
Yeah.
is that fan ready to go?
Yeah, it should be. We're still waiting for the smog, the
Okay.
fog machine.
Somebody turn off that fan back there. You gotta turn that thing off. We need a lot more than that, I think.
Yeah. Still waiting.
Is that all it can do, Mike? At this point in the studio, the battery on my wireless microphone actually went out, so we're relying on the other wireless microphone, the one on the lighting tech, for the rest of this. But at this point, we're getting really close to the end of the section, and I'm actually operating the pedestal tripod, which is the one moving right now, moving the camera back and forth. trying to get some moving shots, trying to see what else we can get out of this frame. And also we're waiting until the smoke is just right. So we keep reshooting this again and again, trying more and more takes until we get the smoke just right. So we're going to time jump a little bit again over here and move along a little bit. And as you can see right now, the smoke is a little bit too thick. We turned off the fans that were creating the smoke, that were causing the smoke to actually disappear too quickly. So now it's hanging in the air a little bit more. And we're just going to do a few more takes until we get just the right consistency. And it'll be just right.
Wait for the signal, and action.
By this time you can see that the guys have really gotten the act together. They're cocking the pistols just right, they're reacting just right to each other. Everything is looking really good, but we wanted to add a little bit more into the scene, something that just kind of wraps it up a little bit and also brings in a little bit of things that we were going to teach you later on in the section on the usage of flashlights. So we incorporated a flashlight into the shot so we can add another element of light, another point of light in the shot. It's an 8-watt police flashlight. We'll learn about it a little bit later. It is 3200 degree tungsten light balance. It's not a LED light.
Stand by, smoke's still good. Let me see that flashlight on it. That's cool. There you go. Stand by. Wait for the signal. And Arnie, look off to the right side. Right there, like that. And action.
You're actually hard-pressed to find an LED light that small that can create 8 watts of light. Most of them are maximum 3 watts.
And drop the guns. Okay. Now just put the guns up. Actually, wait. Let's go back to one. Do one last one. I'm going to do a pull out. And action. Drop the guns. And cut. That was great.
Cut.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to thank you very much for watching this tribute scene. Hope you learned as much from it as I would like for you to have learned. The next one coming up is going to be the card table. It's a similar scenario. There's a little bit of an introduction at the beginning, and then after that it's all set audio. It's the only other long one that we have in the series. After that, they're all pretty short, so I hope you enjoy all of those as well too. Welcome to our flashlight and smoke usage on-screen section. In this particular section, we're going to teach you how to use several different types of flashlights as well as how to use smoke on screen. This is probably one of the most self-explanatory sections that we're going to discuss here, so I'm going to pretty much just let it play out because it's really easy to figure out exactly what's going on. We're just going to use 5 different flashlights and show you what they're going to look like on screen, and the fact that if you don't have any smoke, essentially you're just not going to see any light coming out of that flashlight. You're going to see the effect of it, you're going to see it lighting somebody's face, but you won't see the beam, which is very, very important for it to be sold as being a real flashlight lighting somebody inside of a room, and it's going to be most prevalent when it's shining in the direction of the camera. So the first thing we're going to talk about is how much smoke do you need so you can see a flashlight doing something like this. See how it traces the path of the flashlight? You can actually see the path of the light. It's more cinematic. It feels right. It feels like, you know, when the police are kind of breaking into a room and they're going to, you know, look for the bad guy. The flashlights are going all over the place. What do you need to make this? A $30 fog machine right there is really all you need to make this in a pretty large room. This is a pretty large studio, and we are filling it up with smoke for about $30 right there. You get the smoke in there, make sure you get enough to actually fill up the room. Then you come in and you actually fan it with, let's say, a flag or a piece of cardboard until it's just the right consistency. And we'll show you later on what kind of consistency we're looking for to get it just right. First one is going to be a 2AA cell xenon, just a regular mag light. It burns at about 3200 degrees Kelvin, which is standard, you know, kind of tungsten interior illumination lights. It puts out very little energy, nowhere near as much as some of the other flashlights you're going to see here. We're primarily showing it to you as a baseline, just so you can kind of understand that that's where most of the flashlights that we own in our home are about at this level right here. And it's just not going to cut it. It's not going to make that effect of a beam cutting through the fog or the mist or the smoke inside of a room looking for the bad guy. It's just not going to cut it. it's very, very weak. You need to buy a more specialized flashlight. You don't have to do it anymore like the old days. You have to run wires up somebody's sleeve, but you do have to buy a better flashlight. This is a 2CR123A cell 5 LED flashlight. It actually has 5 purple LEDs inside it that are creating that kind of a floodlight right there. And it uses 2 CR123A batteries, which are your standard kind of lithium N-size batteries that you use for photographic purposes, like in photographic cameras. They are some of the most efficient, most powerful batteries that you can buy. However, they're very, very expensive. They're about $5.99 a piece. And you need 2 of them to power a flashlight like that for about, let's just say, 10 hours or so. So what I would recommend is if you have a flashlight that uses those kind of batteries, buy the rechargeable kind. You can buy a cradle with 2 batteries and the charger power supply for about $25, which will give you about 1,000 cycles of recharging, which is a lot cheaper in the long run than buying these disposable batteries, and of course it's better for the environment as well too. And this is what they're going to give you. Look at the power of this flashlight. This is another type of flashlight that uses the exact same 2 batteries as the last LED light, but it gives you 8 watts of energy, which is a lot when it's concentrated in a tiny, tiny little area, and also with that very powerful reflector. Now notice how you can actually see the wisps of the smoke when he holds his flashlight up into that area right there. That's too much smoke. The atmosphere is just not right. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit more smoke. We're going to fan it a little bit to kind of spread it out a little bit more so it's not so concentrated in one area, and then you can actually see the wisps of it. That kind of gives away the idea or the fact that you actually have smoke in that room. It ceases to be atmosphere and it turns into smoke, like there's something on fire. So at that point you have to stop. You fan the smoke a little bit, spread it out a little bit more, and then when you have your actor come back in with a flashlight, then it looks right. So now back to the 8-watt xenon flashlight. As we were saying, this is a police flashlight, puts out 8 watts of light with the same 2 batteries, gives you about 1 hour of runtime only, so it's 10 times more usage of power than the LED flashlight. This is pretty much the standard by which you can measure all these police flashlights, and it can be had for about $50. It's not really very expensive, but that's what's going to give you that very focused beam, a really nice kind of piercing beam that goes through the smoke. However, you can also get a 1-watt LED light like this one, which puts out, I mean, it's seemingly a lot of energy as well too, or you can get the 3-watt version of the same light, but this one lasts for 40 hours. So it is 40 times more efficient than that 8-watt LED, and also the 3-watt version of this will put out almost as much illumination, as many lumens as the 8-watt xenon police flashlight, which is 3200 degrees Kelvin. And of course this is daylight balanced, so depending on the type of lighting that you're using, if you're using HMIs and you want your flashlight to look white, you might want to use an LED light. If you're using HMI lighting but you want your flashlight to look yellow, you might end up using a xenon bulb instead. This right here is a fireman's flashlight. It uses 4 C cells, which are the larger cells than the AA's, or the CR123A. So it's a lot larger flashlight. It's much more bulky to use. It actually has less wattage than that little police xenon flashlight that we already saw. This one already has 7.2 watts, whereas the other one actually had 7.8 watts. So the little guy is a lot more powerful. The major difference, of course, is that this one has batteries that will last a lot longer than that little police flashlight, but it is a lot more bulky. Make sure that if you're going to use flashlights and you want to get that kind of police look in the frame, get the smaller one, the one that's 7.8 watts and has batteries that only last for about an hour, because it's going to give you a much more focused, tight beam that looks a lot more realistic and also is a lot less bulky for the actor to use, and he doesn't have to have cables running up his sleeve anymore like they used to in the old days, going to a battery that's sitting on his belt or something like that. You can get this kind of power in flashlights these days for about $50. The last light we're going to talk about is this actual lantern. It's not really a flashlight, it's more of a lantern. It produces 15 million candle power, and it can be used for a variety of situations. Just make sure that you never shine in anybody's face, especially at close proximity, because it's very, very powerful and it's like a spot. This is at half intensity right now. It can actually go up even higher than that. This is at half intensity. And watch when he gets in really close to him right there. I'm going to ask him to back up a little bit and give us a little bit of a different perspective. Primarily, you're going to use something like this when somebody's on the back of a pickup truck, for instance, and they're looking for somebody hiding in the bushes or something like that. And this is a searchlight. But at the same time, you don't have to give it power from the battery on the truck. You don't have to carry a generator with you. And remember, this is still operating at half intensity. You can go up even higher than that. There's a full intensity mode that you're going to see here in a moment that's really, really powerful. Now watch that. It's going to go to full power right there. You can see that it's like a laser beam almost. It's really cutting through that smoke Just make sure, again, you don't shine it into anybody's face because it's really, really powerful. If you had 4 or 5 of these out in a field somewhere, you can really make some interesting effects if you wanted to get that kind of an effect. You can also use this light for lighting. Even though the battery is only going to last for maybe about 45 minutes, but this light is only about $30. And I mean, most people don't believe me when I say this, but you can buy this from a major department store for about $30. So if you had, 4 or 5 or even 6 of these things sitting in the back of a truck, or if you had just a battery replacement for them, you can do some lighting with this at night for short periods of time. Like if you're doing like a firelight or a campfire, you can just put some gels in front of this light and actually do the fire lighting with the moonlight and everything without ever actually having to put a generator out in the middle of a field. You can see what it does even from the back of the room. I mean, they're about 15 feet away from him right there, but it's still making such a powerful light that it actually makes that chair almost disappear. I mean, this is like E.T. and stuff. This is really nice, kind of very spotty type of light, and you can do some really creative things with this kind of an instrument. You can even use it to fake car headlights at night or something like that. So let's go ahead and do a review of everything that we learned in this particular episode right here. This is the 2AA cell xenon light. We said this is a pretty weak light, acts as a baseline. This is the 2 N-size cell 5 LED light, that's purple. This is good for like a floodlight or an effect light. This is the 2CR123A 8-watt xenon, standard police flashlight against which all must be measured. This is the 1-watt Luxion LED flashlight, which is also available in a 3-watt version. This is a 4C fireman's flashlight, has a broader beam, and the batteries last a lot longer, but it's much bulkier. This is a searchlight, 15 million candle power. You can use it for lighting or as a searchlight at night. This is at full intensity, 15 million candle power, very, very powerful light. It's also extremely affordable. It's only about $30. And that'll wrap up our flashlight section. Alright, this is going to be a very fun segment because we're going to learn how to match studio lights with a work lamp. A work lamp in and of itself provides a very interesting predicament because it's a very intense light in a very small area, but it also reflects light back into the person's face that's operating with the work lamp and also around the workshop itself. So how do we match with a lighting like that? Let's go ahead and find out. So we're going to go ahead and use this black pepper as a prop. This is a pepper 150, as we can see right there on the label. It's a very old pepper 150, and we are going to use it in the shot as a prop light. Of course, we have the exposed element of the light here because it's a very old light, and we can actually see the element going forward and back right there as we spot it. Pigtails.
So go 2 stops down with that?
Not man's best friend. Okay, so we've got our lighting roughed in. We've got the 150 from the side. We've got our key light, this 300 right here, going through the diffusion into him, mimicking the effect of the reflected light from our practical lamp. We've got our 650 right there. That's going to be our fill light right there. And we're going to drop in some doubles here in just a second. Not yet, though. We'll see here in just a second. And we've got our other 150 right there. That's going to be our effective rim light for him as well, too, isolating him from the background. And that is our lighting. Again, 3-point with the addition of an additional kicker right there. No backlight needed in this situation. There's our subject. There's our practical. Let's see how the world looks through his eyes. There's our fill light. And there's our key light. And there's our 150. There's our other 150 right there. There's our grip and camera operator, practical, and everything right there. Actually, let's go ahead and kill the overheads now. And there's our set without the house lights. Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and drop in a double scream into this. Go ahead and drop it in.
Double in.
Thank you. And let's try the second double in.
Great. Double in.
Pour silk on it.
Copy that.
Thank you.
C-stand with a double silk.
So we're finding that this light is creating too many shadows in the background because it's not actually serving its purpose as a fill light. And there's the hot spot right there from it. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a double silk in front of it on a C-stand, 4x4, so we can diffuse it even more and creates no shadows at that point. Because right now, as it stands, it is still creating that shadow in the background that we're seeing right there.
4x4.
And we don't want that shadow right there. We're going to clamp the silk, the double silk.
There we go.
Okay. And turn it so it faces down, so the feathered side faces down. There you go. And then drop it down. And then bring it into the shot when you're ready. Okay. And just kind of raise it up. There you go. So it covers up that whole light. Yeah, unlock that top one, just the top one, so that you can just easily swing it in and out. There you go. And while we're live, we're going to go ahead and swing in now the diffusion, the double silk. Double silk, keep going, in and out. Again, out. Hold that. And in. Right there. And let me just get the spot check on it. 1 second. Knocks it down 2 stops, and it also makes it so that the spot is a lot smoother and a lot more spread out across the silk. Move it out just a little bit more, Mike. Yeah, move it out just a little bit more, Mikey. Wait a second. What is all this right here?
That's the underscan.
Oh, is that the edge of the? Oh, that's the edge of the.
Sure it's the underscan.
Okay, here we go. Cool. So we're bringing in a single net, and as we can tell, it's a single net because it has that green stripe on it. The single is going to knock it down a half a stop. And what we're going to do is we're just going to feather the top half of that light. And we're going to raise it up so that we're only blocking the top half of the beam. There, like that. That's good. That we flag it off his face, keep it on his body. And so what we're doing is we're actually playing with the silk, or this, we're playing with the net, make sure that it's actually doing its job. So let's go ahead and see what you're doing here. And again, down. Right there. Let's see where it's doing to his face. Stand by. Okay, go ahead. Right there. Up again. And down. Right there. Ivan, can you open the barn door on that pepper that's closest to me? Open it up a little bit more. There we go. So I can see it a little bit more. And can you increase the intensity on that a little bit?
Sure.
Keep it coming. Right there. That feels about right. The 150 that's on the other side, can you make that into more of a slit?
That. More.
So we're turning the 150 on and off, and we're realizing that the shot actually looks better without the 150, even with the net in and everything. It just looks better without it. So we're going to go ahead and leave it off. Okay? That's good. Just leave it off. So that feels like it's about the right shot right now. This is about what we're looking for. You can see where the major shadow is at right there. And then we have the minor shadow right there from the fill light. It's just being filled in. So you can see the difference in intensity between that shadow and this shadow right there. Obviously that is coming from this light right there. It's creating that shadow right there. From this to that. Now let's go ahead and do a full light on and off on each light. Ivan?
Yeah. Great. Starting with
Start with the fill. That's the fill right there. Stand by.
striking fill light. Restriking. Striking fill light. Restriking. Striking fill. Restriking fill. Striking fill. Restriking fill.
Okay. And again with the key light now.
Striking the key. Striking the key. Striking the key. Striking the key.
And leave it on. And let's do the same thing with that 150 back there, please.
Crossing. Striking the rim. Striking the rim. Striking the rim. Striking the rim.
And leave it on, please. Now do me a favor and turn the practical on and off. This is just the practical going on and off.
Striking the set light. Striking the set light. Striking the set light.
And on.
Striking the set light.
And leave it on. Now what I need you to do is turn off all the lights but the set light, please.
Striking the fill. Striking the rim.
Striking key. Thank you. And as we can see, the practical by itself does pretty much absolutely nothing. It just illuminates the work area. Can't see him at all. Let's start with just the key up only.
Striking the key.
Stand by. Stand by. Key off. Fill on.
Fill on.
Stand by. Fill off. And can you make your way over to that 150 rim light? Strike it.
Striking the rim.
And off.
Striking the rim.
And on. One more time.
Striking the rim.
Now give me the key.
Now, I've been asked before, since this looks so good with just the rim light and the key light, why would you really need to use a fill light at this point? A fill light is artwork. I mean, you can use a fill light if you choose to. You can choose to turn it off if you want to. The amount of the fill light is also your own creative, artistic input into the scene. There's one thing that you need to remember, though. The reason that you need fill, especially in a video situation like this, is because a lot of people, actually I think most people, have the contrast on their televisions turned up way too high. And therefore, if you don't put a little bit of fill in there that's going to bring up the level of shadows up from a dark gray to a lighter gray that is more perceptible in people's homes like this, it's just going to be too contrasty by the time they actually see it at home. So that's just one thing you want to keep in mind when you're shooting things and choosing to not put in the fill light or put in too little fill. Also, don't forget, you can also change the gamma in post to make the scene more contrasty and knock down that fill light even more, but you can't go the other way around without adding a lot of noise in post. So it's better to add a little bit of fill light and actually have that information in there in the shadows than not have it at all and try to go back. In this section on fluorescent lighting, we're going to learn how to match with fluorescent overhead lights. So we're going to use our own lights, our own tungsten and fluorescent lights, and we're going to gel them to match with these overhead lights that are in the studio. We're going to go ahead and move this gray background over to the left side of the studio right here, so you can see where the overhead lights are right above it. And the reason we're moving it into that position is we want to try to get as much of that overhead light on the background as possible, so that we can try and attempt to match with those overheads using our gels and our lights as much as possible. Let's go ahead and watch and see what happens.
Okay, we're good.
So let's lower it again.
Let's stop it there.
Yours is lower. Mike, yeah, yours is lower. Go up a little bit. There, right there. No, come back down a little bit. Right there. You got it. Lock it in. Okay, Ivan, let's go ahead and bring some of these divas up here.
Great.
So that we can key with the divas. Okay, we're going to go ahead and use both the Diva and the 650 with the Shimero side by side. We're not going to turn them both on. We're just going to show how they differ one from the next in color temperature. So we're going to just set them side by side, but only keep the Diva on for now.
Going hot.
Yeah. As you can see, we're extremely hot here. It is very hot in the studio, and we're going to have to buy an AC unit here pretty soon to cool this place down.
But that's the advantage of KinoFlows, is they don't get as warm as tungsten lights do. So that's why, if you are working in very small areas, or in conditions that people might not be professionals, such as interviews, if they're not used to hot lights, you might want to rent KinoFlows to do interviews with people who are business professionals or other interview subjects.
I just wanted to say a word about fluorescent bulbs that are being used in these Diva lights. Right now you see the ones that have the blue markings in there right there. That means that they're daylight balanced, 5500 degrees Kelvin, intended for matching with daylight sources, for instance, either HMI or with window light or with sunlight. What we're going to do is we're going to swap them out with the ones that are badged red or say 3200 on them. Like these ones are the generic ones and they say Cinema 32 on them. That means 3200 degrees Kelvin. They're made in Great Britain and they're not made by KinoFlow, so they don't have the red marking on them or the red badge on them. All these bulbs are U-shaped. It's like you took a regular fluorescent bulb that's straight and you just bent it around into a curve, and they're all 55 watts. So they put out a lot of light, but at the same time they're only 2 feet wide.
So you put your thumb down there, and that'll pop it right out. Then you pop it out the other end too, out of that latch.
Right. Striking. Right. That'd be them.
That would be the 32s. So we have 3200 degrees Kelvin, tungsten balanced bulbs in there right now to match our other studio instrumentation. And set it up so we can start looking at it with a monitor, and we'll calibrate the monitor.
Sweet.
Did you get something?
It's here. We use your guys. This is very
Okay. So we have gone and purchased a air conditioner unit because we were dying over here.
It's not that bad. I mean, they didn't have anything. The only thing that happened was 15,000 that was like 100 or something. Or more.
Exactly. Can you close that door?
Yeah.
Thanks. Going into this bucket right there. We have our two engineers working on the fan speed and the temperature. It's going to take it a while to really get going.
Yeah, most of it, yeah,
It's just so hot in here, dude. It's like 100 degrees probably in here. So now we're going to go ahead and spike the positions of the chairs so that we know exactly where everything is in case the chairs move a little bit. Let's do his too. Okay, let's also sandbag the chairs so that it's harder for them to move. Cool. Oh, you know what? Let's close that door because it's making a lot of blue light. Okay, so now we can see this yucky blue light over here. So let's do a white balance now. So this is a shot with just a fluorescence. Now let's go ahead and we have to use 12 decibels of gain right now in order to get this shot the way it is right now because there's just not enough light. This is just with those fluorescents up there in the ceiling, and none of our studio lights are actually on right now. So if you walk into a situation like this and you have these fluorescent lights, that's what your shot's going to look like. So let's go ahead and come down to 0 decibels of gain. Okay, so that's 0 decibels gain. That's what we're going to end up is just with this shot. Yeah, it's really, really dirty, isn't it? It's dark. That's with no gain whatsoever. So let's go ahead and turn on our main diva light.
With 0 dB. Striking.
Okay. That's our main diva light. So now we see that the color temperature has gone really, really yellow because the diva light's operating at 3200 degrees Kelvin, whereas the overhead fluorescents are actually operating at about 4400 degrees Kelvin. So, and we also notice that we have a lot more light now that we have to change the exposure to make sure that we're not losing any of our highlights right about there. So what we're going to do is Ivan is going to go ahead and put some 8th plus green gel on the diva lights, and he's going to cut it nice and smooth with a pair of scissors. Scissors are back there. And cut it big so it'll cover either the diva or the RE650 Chimera.
We have C47, thank you.
What'd you call those things?
C47s.
What's a C47?
Basically, it's just like a laundry pin, except for you call it a C47 because you're in the film world and you have to be able to communicate. If you modify them and turn them around so that the smaller end is at the tip, then you'll have a C74, which is good for pulling gels off of hot lights or for making yourself look like a clown.
Another clamp. So let's see what this light looks like now with the fluorescence. It's getting closer. It's a little bit closer. But still no cigar. We need more than an 1/8.
So let's double it up?
Let's double it up.
Great. So if you're using 8th plus green, you can double, just create a double layer by folding it over, and then you'll have 1/4 plus green. Same thing applies to CTO or CTB or any other gel. You can always double it up and get basically a new gel. So if you're on a budget, you can actually buy 1/4 CTO, half CTO, half plus green, 1/4 plus green, anything, and be able to work with those to get the different color temperatures to match. So now we have 1/4 plus green. It looks to shift a little too green.
Let's try the iris a little bit. Can you actually move that gel in and out, kind of pop it in and out, and see? Let's see the look of it.
Gel's on now.
Gel in, and then gel out again. Gel in, and then gel out again. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go back to 12 decibels of gain so that we can just learn how to match up precisely with the overheads. So start dialing down that diva.
Okay. Coming down.
Keep coming. Right there.
Set.
Okay. So that's now take the gel, the green gel, in and out.
It's out.
And in.
It's in.
Okay.
So with a minor post-color shift, the color temperature is a match. We made something like a 3 or 4% change in post. We achieved the same hue, but added our own key.
Okay. So this is after the warm cards white balance, and we are here with the key light right there. And so we are still having the overheads as they are. but we actually are replacing the direction of the light right now with this Diva light. And as you can see now, that looks a lot better than it was before. So let's go ahead and turn on our first rim light up there. Yeah, go ahead. So that's our rim light. That's creating some nice highlights. Go ahead and hit the 150 first real quick. One more time. Stand by.
Striking.
Okay, that's our other rim light.
We're also using it to cut a significant amount of light off of the background.
So this is what the background is seeing. So that's seeing. So what we're doing is we're hiding it from the background a little bit like that. So do me a favor, pop it on and off again, just that other rim light right there.
The 150?
Yeah.
Striking.
House lights down.
Cool.
Okay, so the image is now lit with only our studio instruments. We're not using any other lighting except for our tungstens and divas.
Okay, so we're going to preset 3200 degrees Kelvin. And let's iris up just a hair right there. There's a shadow on that monitor from that light. If I just move it, that shadow is going to go away so I can actually see the truth from now on.
Tell me in and out.
Stand by. Okay, so now let's show the action of that floppy on the background. Okay, keep it in and out. Keep it going. Just swing it out and then swing it back in. And again. And again, in. Stand by. And then back in. Right there. All right.
Okay, now instead of using a Diva as a key, we're going to use a tungsten 650 watt Fresnel through Chimera.
So here, you want to look at it and then give it to me by
Yeah.
eye?
Go with the Diva first.
Diva first?
Yeah. Come down a little bit. Right there.
Okay.
Come up a little bit. Up, right there. That's fine. So this is with the Diva light, and let's go ahead and switch live. We're going to switch the Diva off. Go ahead. And we're going to switch our tungsten light on. This is a 650 Fresnel going through Chimera.
In this section, we're going to explore group lighting and practical lighting in a card table scene. This organizes 3 people in a card table, and we're going to go ahead and light all 3 of them in such a way that it feels cohesive. As you can see from this shot, it feels like it's a naturally lit shot. Before we actually go into how we did it, let's just talk about exactly what's going on in the frame right here. We have 3 people, different skin tones, different features. We have a practical bulb in that fixture that's in the center of the table, and that is actually lighting their faces. But that's just not enough, because if you actually just used it by itself, it's going to be a little bit too stark. There's going to be too much contrast. It won't feel like it's a natural environment. So we have to add fill light. We have to add backlight so it feels like that those Christmas lights in the background are actually adding light to the scene. That green practical in the back, we have to add light on Elaine, her right shoulder, to make it feel like that green light is actually coming from the practical. We have to enhance the shot in a lot of different ways to arrive at this kind of lighting that feels natural, it feels good, it feels like it's a real shot. There's a lot of different ways that you can light it. You can choose to turn off the fill light, turn off all the rim lights, and just have the center light, that center fixture above the card table. We're going to go ahead and discuss how we arrived at this lighting. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to discuss just the individual lights and what they're doing, just in case you don't want to go through the entire step-by-step of how we did the scene. You just want to get essentially what each light is doing and just want to bolt out of this particular section onto something else. You can do that if you like. So let's look at the set. This is a behind-the-scenes camera, B camera, watching the entire set. The first light that we have is this particular HMI, the 400 watt HMI that we used the last time. That is mimicking the action of this particular light. This is the practical light that we have in the shot in the background. It has a green gel on it. We also have a green gel on the HMI to mimic that light. We also have a double net in front of the HMI as well to bring its output down by 50%, which is one whole stop, and bring it down to, the, let's say, the equivalent of a 200 watt HMI, because otherwise it would be too bright and it won't mimic that practical properly. It'll overcome the practical, it'll become the key light, and it won't feel like all the light is coming from the center overhead practical anymore that's right above the card table. Now watch what happens when we turn off that HMI and you lose that light. There it goes. The practical light, that green practical light, kind of hangs back there and it doesn't feel like it's doing anything anymore. Here we go. Let's watch it again. Here it is being turned off. And once again, that green practical really has no meaning on the set. It doesn't impact the characters anymore. Now watch what happens when we turn off the green practical back there in the background. It's still a good scene. It still has a lot of dynamic quality, but it feels like we kind of lost something there. Like there was something that the green light practical with the green HMI was kind of giving us that it's just not giving us anymore, that limelight kind of. Creatively, you may disagree, you may not like it, but if you want to introduce something like that, be it window light or a green limelight or something like that, that is how you would do it. You would first introduce a practical back there that gives motivation for, let's just say, an HMI, another light source to come in with the same color, quality, and consistency and provide light from that direction. Next up is going to be the fill light. That's this light right over here on the left side. And what that's going to do is going to fill in the shadows so that it feels like it's a properly lit shot. It's not going to be too stark so that the shadows won't be too dark, and you'll actually be able to see the features of the people a little bit better. It'll show up on people's televisions a little bit better too. You can of course choose to do without a fill light if you want. That's a creative choice. But that is where you'd want to put, for instance, a fill light. That's the type of consistency and the amount and the quality of the light that you would want from that fill light. Next up is two sets of Christmas lights that are hanging on the chairs back there that is giving motivation for 4 sets of 150 watt lights that are actually lighting the chairs themselves and also lighting the people themselves. When they light the chairs, they're considered set lights or prop lights or special lights. A lot of different names for them. They're just, lighting pieces of hardware or objects that are actually on the set. However, when you're lighting the subjects that are in the frame or the actors that are in the frame, they're considered rim lights, and also that depends on their position and their angle. Because they're behind the subjects and off to the left and to the right side of the frame, they're rim lighting the subjects. If they were directly behind and in line with the camera, they'd of course be backlights. In the step-by-step procedure that you're going to watch here in a little bit, if you choose to watch it, we might refer to those rim lights as backlights sometimes, and also vice versa. But they're technically rim lights because they come in from the left and the right side of the frame rather than directly in line with the camera. So let's actually show the action of these rim lights and set lights. First, we're going to start with this particular rim light. This is the one off of the right side of the frame, and watch it go off. And watch what it does from the camera A. There it is right there. Now we're going to go ahead and go to the left side of the frame and watch the left side rim light going off. There's the position right there, so you can see exactly where it is. Here it is actually going off right there. And here it is from camera A, so you can actually see it right there. So those are the lights that mimic the effect of the Christmas lights on the subjects. Now these are the lights. This is the one, the set light on the left side of the frame that mimics the effect of the set light on the chairs themselves. Here it is going off. You can see it. There it is off. And here's the effect. There it is. The chair kind of disappears from the background. It doesn't feel like the Christmas lights are actually lighting the chairs anymore. They're just kind of point lights back there. Now we hop to the other side of the frame and are going to watch the effect of the other set light on the chair. And here it is being turned off. It's not as much of a great effect, but you can see it kind of right there being turned off. It just has a very minimal effect over there. Now this technique of using a light on the left side of the frame to light something on the right side of the frame, and vice versa on the right to light something on the left, is called cross-lighting. And the reason that you would want to do that is because it allows you to light a subject that's in the frame but without casting its shadow on the background. If you were not to cross-light, you would cast the shadows of these objects directly on the background. It would actually spoil the effect. It wouldn't feel like this is actually the Christmas lights that are lighting these objects. It would feel like a set then. Next thing we're going to turn off is the Christmas lights, and here they are being turned off right there. You can feel that it's kind of the background has gone bare and dark, and there's no point lights in the background right now to create that sense of depth that we had before. It's really important to have a practical in the background or a point source in the background to create that feeling like there's something back there lighting the rest of the set, lighting the actual actors, and without that there, the lights just feel like they're part of a set. The final light we're going to talk about is the main practical light that's hanging over the card table. It's a 40 watt bare bulb that is being used to actually light the actors' faces, and it's the main key light for the entire set because that's what actually creating the major shadows on the subjects themselves. So everything else is kind of in there just to help out this main practical light. We actually use the light from the 40 watt bare bulb to actually light their faces. That's the beauty of being able to shoot with, for instance, a video camera that has a very high sensitivity, it'll actually be able to use the 40-watt bulb. We don't have to put in a 200-watt photographic bulb, for instance, or a 300-watt for that matter, if you were shooting film. Video will pick up on the 40-watt bulb, and it is enough to actually light these people's faces without using gain. We're just wide open in the aperture. If you watch the step-by-step process, at the end we're going to use different bulbs in here. We're going to use a 100-watt bulb. We're also going to use a 13-watt fluorescent bulb in there, and we're going to try to make it flicker by changing the actual shutter speed of the camera. And we're going to look at what kind of color cast it's going to have, as opposed to, let's say, the regular 2900 degrees Kelvin bare bulb or the household bulb that's in there right now. So go ahead and, if you like, watch the step-by-step. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's the only other long step-by-step procedure we're going to have, and it has the real audio from the set, so you can enjoy actually listening to how we actually work through the entire procedure from start to finish. Here we go.
I think you should.
Got
You got about 28 hours to spare?
Listen, you want to make a movie, this is how you do it.
Just go out and do it. Quit asking me.
This is a plug-a-majiggy. Takes several plugs in at once.
Cube tap.
It's a cube tap. Plug in 1, 2, 3 to 1.
I know you think I got you rolling cables enough, don't you? But I didn't.
I do it like a pro.
I gotta get everything 5 or 6 times.
Put people to shame with my cable wrangling ability.
Always roll from the light to the cable end, not from the cable end back to the light. What is that thing called?
It's a 3 to 1. Plug in one side, it gives you 3 outlets.
What's it also called? Like a vernacular name?
Cube tap?
Pigtail.
What is it?
It's
Oh,
pigtail.
it's a pigtail.
A little bit of teamwork here.
I just spilled my soda all over myself. Please excuse me.
Now the question is that how far can you fly it in though with just one C-stand? It's not going to fly in enough. This is a card table scene. There's 4 people. We need something longer than just one arm. So obviously just one C-stand arm is not going to be enough to fly this in because it won't be able to get in. It's only 40 inches. It won't be able to get in the middle of a card table. So we're going to have to extend it or do something else in order to make it come out so that it can actually go in far enough into the card table.
Why don't we use the backdrop? Roll the backdrop up. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We could roll the backdrop up and then hang it off the top of the backdrop.
That's not a bad idea. I mean, you know. What is
all we
this?
need is a big pole, or even just, you know.
What are you assembling there? Jeez. What is this? Legos?
Couple of offset arms.
on, let me swing this around, get a sandbag real quick.
That looks very safe. And you're telling me that's not going to come crashing down on those people?
No.
Oh, you're going to use 2 C-stands? Right?
I don't need to. Got it.
All right, for my sake, can we use 2 C-stands?
Yeah. Jeez, this guy's a friggin'
The He-Man.
torque monkey, man, Jesus. And then raise them up.
Yeah. Ready?
Yep. Great. Genius.
It's a proscenium arch.
No, I don't actually. I don't have cable.
And the reason why you don't want to tie it off up there is because you'd have to get a ladder and 2 people to adjust the height. Now
Right.
from here, if you want to step back a second, watch, I can adjust the height without a ladder and 2 people.
Right.
And just tie a little knot in here. And that'll hold it until we secure it.
You a sailor?
Yeah. Now we can actually go over the wing. There you go. Now let's stay centered.
Who knew when we bought these chairs and that table for 50 bucks? It was gonna. On hot days, you must stay hydrated. Hydrate or die. It looks good right now. I mean, we might adjust it. Okay, turn it down.
House lights down.
House lights are going down.
Cool. That's nice. That looks really good. Okay, so that's what we have when we first get started, with just the 40-watt bulb at full wide 0 decibels gain with a 40-watt bulb. Okay, so we have a lot of glare here on the monitor from the outside right there, and we're going to ask for a courtesy flag so that we don't have to see this glare anymore. Courtesy flag, please.
Flying in.
And more to the left. There you go. Thank you. And now we have our courtesy flag there to flag our monitor. Can I get a sandbag, please?
Copy that.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
That should give us enough POV now. Okay, so let's go ahead and fly in the 400 on the right side right there, hitting the wall. And we need to also find some, like a cookie sheet for it. Let's go ahead and just let it settle for a second. And let's go ahead and point the HMI on the back wall. And rotate the barn doors clockwise a little bit. And fly in the cookie.
Coming in.
Is that HMI on full flood?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go up higher with the HMI, like about maybe 8 feet up, and aim it down. Move the cookie around a little bit, try to get a better pattern on the back wall, maybe, because it's just not, it doesn't look right. Hold that sandbag. We're going to have to move that cookie a little bit. Now, bring it back closer to the light and just kind of go up with it a little bit. Try to find a better pattern, a better spread.
Something like that.
Oh. Nah, that looks horrible. I'm trying to think if we have like slats, like shutters.
We can use black foil and cut the slats ourselves.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
You know what are awesome are ellipsoidal lights.
Do me a favor, Mike, just try clamping this to the C-stand.
Yeah, that'd be good.
We'll try yours too, but I'm just saying, like, I want to.
Yeah, no, I know.
We'll try it.
I mean, this is a total last resort. You got to put it real close to the light too.
No, yours works better. Ivan, put yours up. That's fine. That's good.
Okay.
Try clamping that somehow.
This or?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, can you fly out that that cucularis, please? The cookie sheet on the C-stand. Fly it out of the frame, please, to the left side. And let's put a double net in its place.
Double net. Double net's coming in.
We're going to also need a flag at that same position to flag the light off the ground. Okay, double net in. That looks good. Oh, actually, you went ahead and flagged it off the ground anyhow.
Yeah.
That's cool. Can you rotate that barn door? Give me something different, just so I can take a look at it.
I can rotate the foil if you want.
The barn doors just won't rotate?
Yeah, I don't know. There's something.
You keep falling out of the track. I don't know.
Something funky about them.
Oh, okay.
Give me 1 second. Let me try one more time.
Test. Yeah, that looks fine. Can you just pan that light to the right a little bit more? A little bit more. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Back to the left. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Right there. Just hold it right there. Lock it in. Okay, let's start getting some 150s up as backlights or rim lights for these guys. We're going to need 4 150s. You can use the peppers as well too. 2 REs and 2 peppers, both 2 on one side, 2 on the other side. One hitting, 2 REs from both sides hitting our subjects, and 2 peppers on both sides hitting the chairs cross lights. So yeah, we're going to rim with the 150s over there.
We're not using atmosphere
these,
on this, right?
Well, we might. We might later. I'm not. I want to try to use as much smoke as possible in different shots.
Yeah.
And then this one right here is the 150 that's going to hit that chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right here. So these are positioned right now?
Yeah.
This is for them?
That's for them. This is for the chair.
Okay.
This is for them. That's cool. Thank you.
Striking. Striking. Which one do you want me to hit with this one? This one?
Yeah, just hit the chair, spot it in.
The chair on the right of the frame?
Yeah, across. No, across. Yeah, the green chair. And can you add, please, amber gels to all the lights?
All of them?
All of them, because we don't have anything purple anymore. It's just all amber. Mike, also do me a favor. Can you kill that HMI? I'm really not sure that that's working for me at all. Thank you.
Do you have the amber gel? Okay.
What's that? Yeah, he's got a big sheet. We can cut it.
He's got it.
Because you just need a very small piece for the...
Yeah.
The scissors are right there on the table. Can you cut one away from his body? But just away from his body, start from the top. Thank you. Thank you.
Just trying to stab him.
Okay, so that's an orange gel on the back 150 to the right, another one on the front 150 to the right, and we're getting one right now on the left back 150, or left front 150, and now coming up is the left back 150. And we're steadily watching the mood changing completely. It's becoming a nice mood now. Ivan, can you sit in that leftmost chair over here on the left side? And move in, and lean in with your arms on the table. Can you take off your hat, please, sir? Thank you. That looks really nice. Okay. So, okay, Ivan, thank you.
No problem.
So the thing is that the 400 watt HMI just was not working as moonlight on the back wall.
Yeah.
Do you have any suggestions?
Oh, to liven up the back?
No, to make it look like moonlight.
Oh, well,
coming through a window.
Either, well, if the background's blue, you could put it on them, and then it would look more like moonlight if we add green to it.
Green as opposed to blue?
Well, I mean, it'll go 5600 blue right now, and then it'll be a little green, so it'll have more of a cyan, or if we have a cyan gel.
Okay, try it and show me what you mean, and we have the gels are right there on the table. Thank you. Can you guys move that light further towards the corner of the room, towards that door entryway? And go back through that double net too, because it needs the double net.
Move this back.
You're not going to go with the slats anymore, Ivan?
I don't know. Would you want it? I mean,
they look pretty nice, because a second ago, before you took them out, they look really nice.
Okay.
It kind of broke up the light from that thing a little bit.
All right.
Now it looks like a stage light, you know?
Yeah. So back a little, like right here, so it can hit him. Yeah, that's good.
Don't look at the light. Yeah, that's looking really nice now. With the slats and the double, it's going to look really nice.
So do you want the pattern broken up more than that?
Okay, I really like that light on her, but we need some kind of consistency, Ivan.
On him?
No, it's fine. It doesn't have to hit him, but I need some kind of a reason why that green light is there.
Uh-huh.
Either, I mean, we don't have to have moonlight anymore. I like the green light a lot. but I just need to see some reason why it's there. Maybe because there's a green light back in the back or something.
Okay.
A limelight type of thing. I don't know. What do you think? I can't really.
Is it out of frame?
It's reflecting so much light from the orange that it's not really making it feel like there is a bulb there.
But if you line up the thing with the green gel.
That glass is just a little bit more to the right, screen right.
Do you want straight in the dull instead?
No, but then you can't see it at all. Oh. All right, kill that background light. Just forget about it. Okay, let's cut the cameras. Have some lunch. Let's have the house lights up, please. Okay, I'll take a half-hour lunch. Half-hour lunch. Go ahead, Arnie. That's your seat right there on the left side. Go ahead and move in some more, Arnie. Yeah, I mean, even if you have to kind of rotate your legs off to the angle a little bit, you know? Yeah, because I got to see you in the frame. And then lean in with your elbows. Yeah, like that. There you go. Well, move back a little bit with your chair. And there you go. Right there. That's good. I just realized that if I don't sit, I'm never going to finish this because I can't think while I'm running around like a madman. No, I want to actually use the gel so we can take it away, you know, and show the difference with and without it and how it influences the mood, you know. Can you grab me that fluorescent bulb right there? The screw-in bulb. I just don't want to forget to use it in the overhead. Remind me to use it when we get done with everything.
In the light over the table?
Yeah, I want to see what it looks like. Okay, Elaine, go ahead and take a seat and we'll switch off the overheads. Yeah, if you don't mind, it'd be great. Thank you. Overheads going down.
Striking.
Okay, Ivan, that was a good job. Just do me a favor.
Yeah.
Rotate that lamp a little bit more to the right.
Rotate it like this.
Clockwise. No. Spin the whole thing clockwise. There you go, right there, like that. And no, wait, stay where you are. Tilt it down. Just like that. It's good. And you know that storm lamp right there? No, the one that takes the candle.
Yeah.
Right there. That's actually not a bad prop. Just put it back further, behind the lamp.
Behind the lamp?
Yeah, behind the IKEA lamp, behind that floor standing lamp. And a little bit to my right.
To your right? This
To
way?
my right. Keep going. Keep going. Right there. Stop. Okay, back to the left a little bit. I'm sorry. Right there. That's good. That looks really nice. Do me a favor. Can you lower this lamp a little bit more into the shot, just like an inch?
Do you want me to try to fix the gel on that? I mean, or do you?
That doesn't really bother me. I mean,
Okay,
too
that's
much.
fine.
I mean, we could probably just tilt it down a little bit more.
Okay.
Striking.
Okay, just like an inch.
There?
Up a little bit, just a little bit higher. Right there.
Striking.
Thank you. Can you try to steady that a little bit?
This?
No, try to steady it so it stops wobbling a little bit. Okay, and the gel just popped off of your light there. Can you fly in that 650 with a Chimera on a dimmer, please? Right in front of the camera as fill light, with two doubles inside it too. Pan it to the right a little bit more.
Pan it?
Pan it to the right, and tilt down. Okay, that should be fine. It's kind of hanging over our shoulder a little bit too much. We should probably like straighten out the curve of the thing a little bit. It's kind of like matching the pattern of her shoulder. And move it a little bit to the right too, please.
Move it over to the right.
To my right. Stop. And pan right.
Pan right.
Pan right. and tilt down. Move it like that.
Down?
No, like towards the wall, like, you know, twist it. Yeah, there you go, like that. That's cool. That's cool, right there. It's continuous. It's good. This is going to be our fill. It's going to be on a dimmer. It's going to be on a dimmer. That's going to be on a dimmer, please. Let's power it up. And this is 650 coming up from the camera for fill with 2 doubles on a dimmer. Dim it down, please. All the way down. And give me like 10%. Okay, 20%. 30%. Right there. That's good. That's a 30% dimming. On, off, about an 8-to-1 contrast. Okay. Actually, let's switch it to the other side of the camera, though, please. There we go. We're fine. Good? Yeah, we're good. Now let's switch to the right side of the camera. It's filling in Elaine as well, too. Okay. Arnie, lean into the shot. Just lean into the table. Thank you. Like that. No, you're fine. Don't move the chair. Just lean in. That's good. Ivan?
Yeah.
That green light, can you move it further back into the background, please?
Yeah.
So it's out of the rim light. Okay, more to my right. Keep going. More to the right, 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 to the right. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Right there. Actually, a little bit more, a little bit more. More to the right. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep it on, keep going, keep going. Right there. Any last comments?
I think it's good. It's good.
Mike, you want to look at this? Give me last comments. Last look. You good? Ivan?
Yeah.
One last thing, please. You see this Christmas light right here?
Uh-huh.
Can you move it so it sits on this side of the chair rather than the other side?
Yeah. Like that?
That's good. That's good right there. That's cool. Last looks? Everybody cool? All right.
Crossing.
So we consider this a good shot. Hey, can you guys throw some cards? Go ahead and throw some cards to each other. Okay, let's start making some variations in the theme. Let's go ahead and turn off the green practical lamp and the 400 watt HMI. And call it out when you do it, please.
Got that? Striking the practical. Striking the HMI.
And hold that. Just rolling that a little bit, just to get something different.
Yeah.
And then we'll slowly start taking away the backlights until we're left with just the practical.
Okay. Sweet.
Okay, let's start taking away one backlight at a time, one rim light at a time, and call it out when you do it, which one it is. Stand by.
Striking the backlight.
Okay.
Ready.
Anytime you're ready, sir.
Striking the backlight. Set light.
Go ahead.
Striking the set light. Ready? Striking the set light.
Striking fill light. And kill the practicals in the back.
Striking practicals.
Kill that practical, and then swap it out with this bulb. Wear a glove and swap it out with that bulb, please.
Great. Crossing.
We are inserting a fluorescent bulb now instead of a 40-watt undiffused bulb to see the difference in the colors.
Going hot.
Okay, here we go. Settle the practical. Thank you. We see that there's a little bit more of a greenish tint right there.
Now watch the difference in colors between this 13-watt fluorescent bulb and the 40-watt bare bulb that we were using before. Here it comes up right now. You can see that the 40-watt was a little bit more pinkish, the skin tones were a little bit nicer, whereas the 13-watt is a little bit more greenish. It has a little bit more of a green tint to it. That's not necessarily bad in a scene like this, though. The green tint actually helps the ambiance a little bit. Not only that, but it's giving us 40 watts of energy for only 13 watts of consumption. That's something to remember when we're shooting with generators or on batteries in the future. Also, that means that it's very efficient, so it doesn't emit as much heat.
Those fluorescent bulbs are supposed to be 3200, but they still shift a little green.
Oh yeah, they're way green, man. Yeah. It's so green.
They say that at 32, and you're like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, if it was a professional bulb like the ones you buy from Lowell,
yeah,
they have a 20,000 hertz circuit inside, very high-speed circuit, nice. And they're 100% 32 or 55, either way.
Cool.
But these cheap ones.
How much are these?
Yeah, those are $25 a piece.
These are, yeah.
These are like $3 a piece.
Yeah, these are still expensive as well, too.
So now we're going to show what happens when we change the shutter speed. And we're changing shutter speed to 1/90, and we're going to start to see a little bit of phasing here pretty soon. As soon as we get close to the phasing potential of that of the AC current. This is 1/100. This is 1/125. One over 180. We're going to 3 decibels gain and 9 decibels gain to compensate. Wow, actually it's not phasing at all. That's a high-speed power supply inside that bulb.
Yeah.
So even at 1/250th shutter speed, we are not able to make this $3 fluorescent bulb phase. It is casting a more greenish light, which is actually kind of interesting. And even at 1/250th, we're not able to make it phase at all, like a cheap fluorescent would, like these overheads up here would. It is not phasing one bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take away the 9 decibels gain, back down. We're going to go back down to 1/60th shutter speed. And let's bring all the lights back on with this guy.
Okay.
With this existing bulb. Thank you. Here comes the fill. On, off, on, off. Give me like 40% on that fill real quick. Can you give me a little bit more on the fill? Just 10% more. 10% more.
That's 10%.
Got it?
Yeah.
And 10% more. Now give me all the way. That's all the way on the 650 with 2 doubles inside it, which means we're knocking it down 75%. It's only outputting 25% of its light. But the reason we're using it as opposed to a smaller instrument like a 150 is because we wanted the larger lens to go through the chimera. We're using about a 2x3 chimera in there, medium-sized chimera. Go back down to nothing, please.
0.
0. And then up to 30% where we were before. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and start adding the lights. Just call it out as you do it.
Striking a set light.
Do the practicals last.
Striking backlight.
You can see easily the backlight here coming up on the left side and separating the models from the background.
Striking second set light.
Arnie, lean in a little bit, please. Arnie, lean in a little bit. Thank you.
Striking the second backlight. Striking the second backlight.
Okay, we see our backlight separating Elaine from the background as well too.
Striking
Now let's just have the practicals now. Thank you.
Problem? Striking practicals.
Here comes the practicals. And the last thing we're going to do is just the green light and the... give me the green light first, then the practical.
The HMI, then
give me the HMI first, then the practical.
Cold striking HMI.
Now the HMI, of course, is going to take a little bit longer for it to heat up. Stand by on that practical until the HMI reaches temperature. It's coming up there. Okay, let's get that practical on.
Copy that.
Thank you.
Striking set light.
Thank you. Let's just roll on that for a second with the fluorescent bulb inside the overhead lamp. Okay, Ivan, here's our experiments now. Okay, this is our 40 again. Let's replace that bulb with a 40.
Okay.
40 watt going in. Okay, so this is the 40 watt bulb they originally had. Thank you. Sit on that for a second. Notice that the colors have gone away from green again. We're back to the kind of pinkish skin tones, a lot nicer. 100 watt bulb instead of the 40 watt bulb. Swapping the 40 watt for a 100 watt bulb. Now we have to make an exposure change, an exposure adjustment now, of course. We're exposing down from f1.7 down to f2.6. Notice how the backlights have gone a lot darker now. Arnie, lean in for me, please. Thank you. Okay, so now we're down to a 25 watt bulb. Let's go ahead and iris back up again. This is at maximum iris. It obviously has no effect at this point. So 40 watts was about the right intensity for a situation like this. 40 watt open bulb would be the right intensity. Puts out just enough light to not knock out the effect of the backlights and also the fill light. And at the same time, it is convincing. It actually feels like it's actually lighting these people that are sitting in front of the card table. Okay, let's pop the 40 back in, and then we'll do one last thing, and we'll be done with the scene. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Okay, so the last thing we have to do right now is to go ahead and start going through every single one of the lights and turning them on and off so we can see exactly what they're doing. Anytime you're ready.
Striking the HMI.
HMI off, thank you. And practical.
Practical. Striking. Striking the backlight.
Got that,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
This side. Striking the backlight.
Thank you.
And then I think I went over to this one.
Anytime you're ready.
Striking the set light.
Got that. And the
Striking
practicals. Got that. And the fill light. Stand by. Anytime you're ready, sir.
Striking the fill light. Striking the fill light.
Okay. Wow,
What was
this
that?
is so cool.
Fluorescent bulbs wattage?
13 watts.
13?
Yeah, 13 watts.
So the 13 was basically equivalent to the 40, right?
Pretty much.
So wow, so you get 4. So if you're running off of a battery or something like that, you get a lot more. Let's go.
It actually worked really nice.
Yeah,
you know,
good,
it looked really good. It kind of gave it that greenish kind of dirty look, you know.
So
which
I'm
sure
you get like 1.5 stops more basically.
Yeah.
Than you would on.
And it would only take you an 1/8 magenta probably to correct it back down to you know, completely non-green, which you wouldn't absorb as much as, you know, 3 times the intensity. We have the satellite. We have the backlight. We have the practical lamp. We have the other backlight, rim light. Right there, that's the second rim light. The other set light. RE654 fill. And that's all she wrote, folks. So that's the set as we see it. Don't forget the 650 had 2 doubles in it, so it was knocked down 75%. Hopefully you've enjoyed this card table step-by-step scenario, and I thank you for watching it. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of the 8 other scenarios that we have coming up over here. Those are, of course, a lot shorter. Hopefully they'll be just as beneficial as this one. In this section, we're going to learn how to light a fire. When you think about it, a fire should be able to light itself and also to light the subjects around it, but it really doesn't. It can barely light anything within about, let's just say, a half a foot of it. Anything beyond that, and it's not going to be able to light it. Whereas in real life, when we're actually watching something with our own eyes, it feels like the background is lit, the area around the fire is lit. It's a big spectacle, you know. But the camera doesn't see it this way. So we're going to teach you how to light as though the camera were seeing it like the human eye. And for that, you need lighting. In this case, we're going to use 3 lights. One that's being turned on and off right there. That's the background light. That's going to create the illusion that the fire is actually extending behind the subject and into the background behind him. Then we have in the top left-hand corner the moonlight, which is going to rim light the person and make it feel like it's outside. That's what's going to sell that whole principle. Now we're actually operating at 5600 degrees Kelvin, which is daylight. So we actually added another blue gel to that rim light, to the HMI up there. It's a 400 watt HMI, to make it feel even more blue and even more like the moon. When we move the HMI away, it feels like it gets dull, like there's something missing there. And we put it back in, and the moon kind of comes back into the picture. It feels like there's life coming back into the shot. Here it is again away. So the moon plays a very important part in this scenario. One thing to remember is that in reality, moonlight is white, but we perceive it as being blue because it's been kind of spoon-fed to us in the movies for the past 50 years or whatever, since color film, that moonlight, it has to be represented as blue for us to believe it as being moonlight. And we kind of have reached a point where we have to have it be blue in order to, for us to believe that it's moonlight, and it has to also be at a very high angle for us to believe that the shadows are realistic and they are actually coming from the moon. It could also be a streetlight in this circumstance. You could sell it as that. You could tint it maybe orange or greenish or, you know, something like that, and that'll sell it as being a sodium vapor or a mercury vapor streetlight. But in this case, we just went for blue being the moon. The last light we're going to talk about is 650 watt Fresnel light being reflected off of this gold disc with some orange gel on it. That's going to create that shimmer on his face that's going to enhance the firelight, and also at the same time, on shots where you don't really need to see the flame in the shot anymore, like a close-up or, for instance, a reverse angle shot, where the flame is actually just a rim light in the background, you don't even need to have the fire light at that point. You can just kind of use the shimmer effect as a rim light and make the set even safer for the actors at that point. So what we're going to be using is essentially a key and a rim light and a background light. Just 3 lights to make this shot happen. That's really all you need to make a believable single shot like this, or even if this was a 2-shot, you could still make it happen. You don't need a lot of lighting. It follows the same basic rules as lighting any practical in that circumstance. When you have a practical in a shot and you're trying to use it as motivation for your lighting, you're not actually using the lighting from the practical to light the subject. You're lighting around the practical, just making sure that the light has the 4 facets that we talked about before, which is the quality, the quantity, the color, and the direction. So as long as it has those 4 facets of the firelight, and of course the moonlight in this case, then it is going to be believable and it will look like a nice shot. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the how-to right now.
Temperature. Yeah, it was a night. It was a medium but fairly clear hot night in the City of Angels.
Or the San Fernando Valley.
The San Fernando Valley.
I just want to leave that bit in. This guy is kind of out of control, aren't he? He's pretty funny. We saw him at the gun scene earlier, and it seems like the more the night rolled on, the more animated he got. So you kind of bear with him a little bit. This was the last shot of the day, and I think he was really tired. And the more tired he got, the more weird he got. But anyway, here is Mike filling up some coals over here for the fire, which we never actually used the coals in this case, because of course it wasn't making that kind of a flame. We just used the fire starter fluid for a couple of bursts of the flame, and that's really all we needed to get that effect. Not exactly something I'd recommend for safety, that's for sure. It's much better to use wood or some kind of kindling to keep that fire going for a little bit longer without using any kind of flammable liquid like that. But at that point, we really just needed to get a couple of bursts, and we didn't really have time to wait for kindling or wood to ignite to the right flame size and everything. So we just had to get that flame kind of poking out into the bottom of the frame, and that's what it took. We took some of this fire starter liquid. So here we have the gold disc with the orange gel on top to create even more shimmering highlights on the face and on the clothing of the actor. There's our model trying to act as serious as possible, I'm sure. And here's the effect of the shimmer light. As we're turning the 650 on and off, you can see it kind of acting up on his face right there. And here it is on and off. So you can see kind of the importance of that. I mean, that's kind of like what illuminates his clothing and his face. There's the background light going on and off again, so you can see that real quick. We modified the background light a little bit so it's not kind of washing the background too much, but it's kind of just starting in the top right hand corner and making a gradient to the bottom left. Coming up is our 400 watt HMI acting as moonlight.
What we're going to have to do is just kind of like, I guess, swing it away however we can.
What about just turning the light?
If you can do that, that's fine. Whatever you want to do.
Welcome to the BBQ Show. I'm your host, the freaking Arnie Pagano.
Okay, that's good. Now put it back. Yeah, that's our moonlight. And again. And back in.
So now that you know what all the lights are doing, we're going to go ahead and ignite the flame and actually show you what it looks like with the flame at the bottom of the frame.
Necessity on the set here, always have a fire extinguisher on the set. Okay, stand by.
Flaming up.
Yeah, see that light of fluid already disappeared. So what I gotta do is get it.
That definitely doesn't look like we're doing a barbecue. Okay, we don't need it to be that high. It's gonna sell it is you just going like this. Right. That's the only thing that's gonna sell it. I want to show what it would look like with just the fire.
Natural flames, okay.
So let's kill all of the lights but the moonlight. Go ahead and light it up. Okay, and walk up to it. Warm up your hands.
So this is what it looks like with just the fire by itself. It's pretty genuine. There's nothing wrong with it, but at the same time, there's no light on his clothing. There's no light on the background. So that's where our lights come in. And by enhancing the firelight, by adding our own lights as enhancement to the firelight, it just makes more of an impact. It makes a better exposure for the camera as well too. And also it's more believable that the fire is actually extending into the background and actually lighting those trees behind him as well too. So just as a wrap up, let's just go over again exactly what it looks like. This is what it looks like with the reflected key, background light, and HMI rim light. So with all of our lights, including the fire. That's exactly what it looks like. Just concentrate on that for a second. And this is what it looks like without our lighting. This is just the HMI rim light and the fire. So it has a whole different mood. I mean, that is one mood that you might want to explore. If that's what you're looking for, extremely dark background, then it will work for that. Both are correct for their own particular mood. The lighting can enhance the mood. That's the only thing that we're trying to teach you here, is how to be able to achieve different moods with your lighting. If you just use the fire and the rim light, that's fine. It creates a very dark kind of somber mood. But if you add our lighting, it's going to make the mood more positive, more like a campfire, less like a drum fire, you know. It's going to serve the script in a different way. So now you know 2 or 3 different techniques for lighting around a fire so you can get different moods out of it for your script. Just make the lighting fit the mood and you'll always have a successful scene. Alright, in this section we're going to mix natural light with HMI and tungsten light. It's a DP's nightmare in a certain circumstance, because the last thing you want to do is have natural light coming through, flooding through in this case, through a garage door, and then have to mix it with HMI and tungsten light. We're going to try to go for the hardest thing possible. We're going to mix in all different kinds of lighting, and we're going to try to see if we can come out victorious at the end. Let's see what happens. The first step is to bring the background closer to the garage door opening right there. We're going to use the natural light flooding in from the sunlight outside. The second step is to make sure that we have the proper blue gels or CTB to put onto our tungsten lights to make it match with that natural light, just to see if we have a daylight correction gel or if we have a color effect gel, which are two totally different things. And also so we can find out what grade of gel we have. Do we have a full or quarter or a half? That's the best use for those swatches. That's why you always want to have one in your kit. Now let's go ahead and get back to the set. Take the 2K down. Okay. That's a good idea. Always remove the barn doors first before they fall on somebody.
There you go.
You need it lower than this?
No, that's fine.
You're hot.
Striking. Watch your eyes.
What are you doing there?
Flooding and spotting, flood and spot. Just checking to make sure that it works.
What's that stand called?
Baby Junior?
Baby Junior.
Do you want to put CTB on first? Or you want to show them?
We're gonna put the CTB on, get it worked in right, and then we'll remove the CTB just to kind of make it easier, make life easier. What are you doing over here?
Nothing. I'm hooking up the HMI light, which is a little different than the other lights because you need to plug into a ballast.
And a ballast is that thing that he's plugging into right there, which is essentially just a big transformer. It transforms 110, 120 AC current that comes in like a household current into a very high voltage DC source, which is what the HMI requires. The HMI requires a high voltage DC source, unlike your regular, for instance, AC tungsten lamps like the regular 2Ks and the 650s we've been using up till now. Oh, cool, thanks.
You should see the light start to get hotter. Hey, I did this HMI all by myself.
Son of a... You plugged it in? You're kidding me. And you flipped the switch?
So the HMI is warming up over here, reaching temperatures exceeding those that mankind can tolerate. Now as the 400 watt HMI warms up, we're going to go ahead and make sure we unplug the 2K standard tungsten light, and we're going to put some full CTB gel on it to make it reach the same color temperature as the HMI and daylight. Yeah, like that. That's good. That way we can still have control over it. Because when you clip it with the gel inside the light, you can still get control over the spread of the light and what it's hitting. And whenever you're ready, just go ahead and plug it in.
Striking.
Striking. We're hot.
And as you can see now, we have blue color coming out of there, which matches our daylight outside. So now we need a silk to diffuse some of this light. So he's resetting the C-stand over here, making it ready for transport. So he's got a balanced load right now. He's got a sandbag in one hand and a C-stand in the other. It's healthier, easier on the back to balance your load, rather than just carrying a C-stand with one hand.
Make sure to put it on the highest leg. Sweet. Can you help me out with this? These spreaders are. Can you get these spreaders in?
So we are moving in the HMI as a rim light on her from this side. We can see that right there. There's a rim light.
You don't want it spilling onto the background, right?
No. Yeah, please. There we go. Thank you. Beautiful. Can you bring in those barn doors and reduce the intensity of that HMI?
Bring in the barn doors?
Yeah, so you can reduce, or either that or drop in a double or something like that.
Talking about for flare or?
Well,
or
it's too hot on her. It's too hot.
Bring it down? Okay.
Yeah, so you can either move it back 6 feet.
Bring it back?
Bring it back 6 feet, drop in a double, or put an ND in front of it or a net or something.
More?
That looks about right. Then we can just use a double net in front of it. Notice how it used to look before. It was incredibly hot on the left side of her face right there, and it was really kind of taking over the frame. And of course the intensity of the light is the inverse square of its distance from the subject, which means that if you have the light about 6 feet away from the subject and you move it back another 6 feet, which is double the distance, you're actually reducing its intensity by 4 times. That's the inverse square. If it's 6 feet away from the subject and you want to only cut it by half, you just move it away 3 more feet, that'll cut it by half. That's equivalent to 1 stop less light, but if you want to cut it by 2 stops, which is 75% less light, you move it double the distance, which is another 6 feet. So now we've also gone and added a double net, which is that red rimmed net. That's a double net, which is going to knock it down an additional stop. So that looks really nice now. That's exactly what we were looking for. It's just the right amount of intensity. Okay, now we've got that shadow again on the background.
Okay.
Let's try to fix that.
Still there?
No, that's good. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. So we've got a book, and let's see how that looks. That looks nice. Are you able to cross your legs, put your right leg over your left? Can you, like that. Thank you. That's nice. Okay. Just like that. That's beautiful. So we've got her reading a book right there. And that's how we mix in daylight right there. Very intense daylight with tungsten and HMI. Go ahead and swing out the silk.
Swinging out the silk.
So notice what happens when we take away that 2-stop silk right there. The tungsten 2K ceases to become a fill light and it becomes a key light, creating the hardest shadow on the set. So make sure that when you use a 2K like this as a fill light to diffuse it properly so that it doesn't create any new additional shadows or major shadows like this in this case and becomes the key light. Now watch what happens when we take away the CTB and make that light yellow again.
Now swing out the silk and remove the CTB, please.
CTB is falling out.
Okay, let's keep it on that just for a second. Hold that. This is no silk, no CTB. Okay, now just swing in the silk.
Silk in.
So now watch what happens when we make that 2K into a soft fill light again. It's actually not bad when you think about it. When you combine a little bit of the tungsten light with the HMI and the daylight, it doesn't look bad at all. The key is, of course, to make sure that the tungsten light acts as a fill light and not as a key light. If it acts as a key light, it's, you know, like this bright spot right in her face and it doesn't look good. But when it's diffused, it becomes a fill light and it adds a lot of ambiance. It enriches the skin tone, it adds a lot of warmth. It's really, really nice. So now that we've learned how to use that, we're going to go ahead and turn it off. We're going to go ahead and look at this just with the key light, which is the daylight coming in through the garage door, and the rim light, which is the HMI on the left side. This is with no fill light right here. So now you may prefer this look, which has deeper shadows, the features aren't being filled in. It's a more contrasty type scene. But we're going to go ahead and turn on the 2K again, and there it is at 3200 degrees Kelvin. And now we're going to correct it, make the light white for 5500 degrees Kelvin. And that's what it looks like when you put in the CTB. Now we're going to again swing in the silk and show you from scratch exactly how to rebuild this whole setup. So we went from having an uncorrected 2K tungsten to having it with CTB and then swinging in the silk so we can look at it diffused as a fill light. And there's the final frame. So now we know how to create two different looks. A natural look by the use of the CTB corrected tungsten light, and also by using just a tungsten fill that's uncorrected, just to warm up the skin tones a little bit and make it look a little bit different. All you would really need to do is put in a reading lamp right next to her, like a little kind of practical reading lamp, and that would create the motivation for that tungsten light being there, and it would warm up the skin tones and make it look a little bit nicer. Okay, and power down the 2K.
Striking 2K.
Okay, now let's look at the rim light. Let's go over the rim light real quick, please. Let's swing out that net.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Net out.
Thank you.
Net in.
Thank you.
Net out.
Okay, go back out and come back in to that position.
It's out.
Swing it in. And hold it. Alright, so we just created so many different looks by just the use of essentially two lights at this point and natural daylight. Daylight, of course, being our key, and then using a fill light. This is the look that we're going to get. It's a really nice look, but we also get a whole different look by also using a rim light from the left side to make an edge around the subject and separate her from the background as well, too. Now, just that 2K.
2K corrected with silk, right? Striking.
Hardly anything. This is just fill and key. One of the purposes of this exercise is also to prove to you that even a 2000 watt light is hardly effective after going through a full CTB and double silk. Full CTB is going to eat up half of its intensity, and then the double silk is going to eat up another half. So you're only really outputting 25% of its original intensity, or only about 250 watts. That's why a Diva that's operating with daylight bulbs, or even a 200 watt HMI for that matter, is going to always be a much more powerful instrument than using even a 2000 watt light using 2000 watts worth of power and still only putting out 250 watts of daylight. Also, the reflector that's inside the instrument has a lot to do with everything. Watch what happens when we take a 650 watt light but has a better reflector than that 2000 watt light, and see how much more power it can give us. So we got the CTB on standby.
Want me to edge on the top or bottom?
On the bottom. Okay, so now we have the CTB, full CTB on standby, ready to go for when we're ready to actually use it. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you to turn off the 2K, then turn on the 650, but with no CTB. Then we'll roll in the CTB on the 650 and show how it just completely eats it up. Give me power down the 2K.
Striking the 2K.
And power up to 650.
Striking 650.
And hold that. And give me on and off on the 650.
Striking.
And on, leave it on. Now give me the CTB on the 650. Thank you. So now we have the 650 with the CTB through the silk on only, no 2K. Okay, now give me on and off on the 650.
Striking.
Now leave it on. So what we've learned is that a 650 watt Fresnel of recent manufacture with a better reflector can emit almost the same quantity of light as an older 2K with a lesser reflector. And that's really important because it uses only about a third of the power of a 2K, but with the same light output. Swing out the rim light, please. So this is just a 650 going through the CTB and the silk. And give me on and off on the 650.
Striking.
Okay, so taking reflected readings with our reflected meter from the camera, the background is at f2.8.5. That's a reflected reading using a spot meter from the camera. Her forehead is at f5.6.5, so it's 2 stops over the background. Now let's check the incident reading with the incident meter.
Now, of course, the incident meter is not going to factor in absorption of skin or of the background itself. It's just going to give us a real light reading. Just make sure you don't block your light source. In this case, we want to take an overall reading, and we want to make sure to take in the key, and always point it towards the camera with the bulb out. That'll give you an overall. If you want to take a contrast reading for each light, then you just bring in the bulb and you point it towards that light, and you take each light by itself.
f2.5, f2.0 and 5/10.
Okay, give me a contrast on just your key, which is the door.
Take it.
Yes.
f5.6 and 4/10.
Okay, and can I get, Mike, can I get that rim light back up? What is it?
f2 and 5/10.
So we got all the contrast measurements for this. So now let's go ahead and swap you guys out.
Remember when I told you in an earlier section that once you have a successful shoot in one place, try something different. So we set our lighting tech in that seat and had him smoke one of his cigarettes, just to prove to you how important the backlights are in a situation, because I've had a lot of people ask me how to light smoke, but at the same time, if you don't add a backlight, you're never going to see it.
So that's our original position of the light right there. We're going to go ahead and move the light. There we are right there, so that we can get a better angle on him right there. And we can backlight the smoke. We're going to bring in the net again.
Net coming in.
Thank you. And that way we have more of a backlight on our subject to illuminate that smoke. Can you blow smoke like over to this way instead? And there goes that smoke. Now we can see it because it is illuminated from this side right there, directly from behind. So as we learned earlier from the flashlight section, you can only see smoke when it's backlit or rim lighted. That's the only way you're going to be able to see it. Thanks for watching this segment. Welcome to our candlelight scene. This is scene number 1. There's going to be 2 others, scene number 2 and 3. In this particular scene, we're going to kind of introduce the whole idea of candlelight to you, and then later on we'll mix it with Christmas lights and some other lighting. Using candles has always been pretty much a very difficult sort of enterprise in filmmaking, because candles themselves emit so little light that you always have to enhance it with other lighting. By themselves, a candle shot would look like this, for instance. The candle itself doesn't really put out much energy, much luminance. It doesn't really put out enough light to actually illuminate a subject standing right next to it. And even if you go ahead and turn up the gain all the way, or try to, you know, boost it in post, boost the highlights in the mid gain, would look like this, which is very unacceptable. But by itself, really, a shot with a candle, you're only going to see the candle and what's within about 1 or 2 inches away from it, and that's pretty much it. You can just see an outline of the people, but that's about it. However, when you go ahead and actually light a candle shot, as in this shot right here, you get the feel of a candlelight shot, but without all the grain and the noise that is associated with having something that's underlit. The most important thing to remember about candlelight shots is to follow the path of the light from the candle. So, if you have a candle on the right side of the frame, the bottom right hand side as in this case, you don't want the shadows that are being cast from that candle to go pointing towards the right as well. You want to be able to draw a line from the candle to the subject and have the shadow be behind that line so that it's on the left side. So if we look at the shadows that are being generated by the lighting used to mimic the light from this candle, it's all facing upwards and to the left, which is where it's supposed to face. If it were facing in the other direction, it just wouldn't be right. The shot would look rigged. It just wouldn't look right. It would look like you actually lit it or it's in a studio. But if you want to shoot something for a film where you want the shadows and also the shot itself to feel right, to feel like it's real, you want to always draw a line from the candle to the subject and make sure that the shadows point away from that candlelight. The other thing that you want to remember is that when we're in a room lit by a candle, it doesn't feel like it's dark. We can see everything around the room. We can see the people's faces, and the candlelight feels soft, mainly because the candle itself is not the only thing that's lighting the subject, but it's also bouncing off of the table, the walls, the glass fixtures, and bouncing back into the people's faces and filling in the shadow, so it looks very pleasing. It also always has a reddish tint to it because it burns at about 1500 degrees Kelvin, which is a very orange flame or reddish tint to it. So you want to make sure also that your key light and your fill light also match
not just the intensity and the quality, but also the color of that kind of light. You can use either gels or you can dim it down to achieve that effect. So what we're looking for from a properly lit candlelight shot is a very sourcey, soft key light that has dark shadows behind it. We want to make sure that the key light is soft but sourcey, which means it's a small, soft source that mimics the light from the candle. But as well, we're also looking for some fill to fill in the features, because that will mimic the effect of light reflected from walls and objects as we discussed before. Another thing that we want to talk to you about is rim lights. They also assist in creating a very well-rounded lighting solution that feels like true candlelight. So without rim lights, really, it doesn't feel like there's light reflected from other parts of the room that are coming back into the subjects. Also, rim lights separate your subjects from a truly dark background, as in this case where we have a black background. We pretty much shielded all the light from that dark gray background, and therefore we would have to separate our subjects from that background. Otherwise, that part of our subject's hair, for instance, is just going to be black and it's going to blend in with the background. It's just going to look like a face floating against the background. So you need the rim lights to separate them. The other thing is background lights can be added if desired or left out to create a truly darkened mood. In this case, we didn't add any background lights. We didn't light the background, but we could have if we wanted to. That would create a whole different kind of mood. You can also add more candles or other practicals in the background to give you the opportunity to light the background convincingly. So if you have light on that background, where is it coming from? You have to have some kind of motivation for that lighting so that the first thing doesn't pop in your audience's mind is, well, where is that light coming from in the background? And they may not register to them as being, oh, this is, you know, a set lit shot, or it doesn't feel right. Something in their mind wouldn't buy the scene. It would feel kind of cheap or not right. So if you were to put something back there to motivate your lighting from, it would help you sell the shot. Remember, we did that in the card table scene where we actually put some Christmas lights back there to help motivate the lighting for the chairs. We're also going to do that in Candlelight Scene 2, which is the next one up after this, and we're going to show you how to mix the lighting for the Christmas lights and also with the candlelight, and use the Christmas lights as motivation for rim lights as well too. Now, you met Kevin before in an earlier DVD where we were showing you how to do makeup, and here he is checking himself out in the monitor, making sure that he looks right for the camera. One thing I'm going to show you in this particular section is how to use these variacs or dimmers. They're just large dimmers called variacs that dim up to 1K lights to flicker the lights and kind of in harmony with the candles to create a more sellable image that feels like it's really lit by candlelight, as opposed to just kind of like a dead scene where there's absolutely no life to the actual lighting. When you actually flicker the lights, you can flicker either the fill light or the key light. When you flicker the fill light, it's a much less dramatic kind of action. When you flicker the key light, it's a much more dramatic action because you're taking your main source of light and you're dimming it up and down very quickly. So it's going to feel kind of like there's a storm or a lot of wind kind of impacting these candles. So if you have that kind of a situation, if you want more dramatic content, there's wind blowing through a window, you can flicker your key light instead, and that's going to create a much more dramatic impact. So now that we've had an overview of candlelight, let's go ahead and get right into the set. And what we're going to do here is we're going to jump right to the actual set audio, and we're going to go ahead and teach you how to do everything directly from the set as we do it. Just kind of follow along with us and see how we're doing it and see how you like it. We started out with a 150 watt light as our main key light at first. It wasn't putting out enough wattage, and we're going to switch to a 300 watt. The 150 is not able to do the job, so we have to try to go to a higher wattage lamp than this 150 to mimic the effect of the candlelight. The standard, no gain. And then we also have right here the tough spun diffusion, just creating that really nice type of light. As we can see here, we are swapping out the 150 for a 300, which is going to give us the wattage that we're looking for through this tough spun. And our models are extremely hot because it's about 30 degrees. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Because it's about 30 degrees hotter in here than it is outside.
Striking.
Okay, kill it. Let's go ahead and put the tough spun on there. Yeah, give it a wide. Yeah, no, wide opening.
Okay.
And what the tough spun is going to allow us to do with 4 layers of thickness like that is to completely eliminate any hot spots in the light. Completely. There's not going to be any hot spots coming out. It's going to be really nice soft light, but at the same time it's going to be a controllable tungsten light that's going to diminish in color temperature as we dim it down. It's going to match up with these candles a little bit better.
There we go. Want to strike it?
All right. Can you kill that rim light right there?
Sure.
Striking.
Thank you. And this is just base fill that we're going to keep it on right there. Hold on, actually let me kill it so we can get the exact same shot. All right, go ahead.
And striking.
On, just keep it on. That's cool. That's what we're looking for. Now we can dim it down from there, so that's good. So that's with a 300. We doubled our wattage. We got twice as much light. We got the look that we're looking for. And what we're going to do is drop in a single scrim, which has the green rim right there. And either that or the red one. Let me see the red one now. And this is the double scrim that's going to knock down the light by a full stop. So it's going to knock down the light by 1 stop, which is double. So it's 50% less light's going to go through that. Let me see the green one again. That's a single. It's going to knock it down by half a stop, which is 25% less. So here we go. Right there. Thanks. And pop in, zoom in a little bit, just so you can just see them. Okay, pan left a little bit more. Right there. So what we're going to do at this point is we're going to drop in a single and see what it looks like. Go ahead and drop in the single. Okay. That's affecting it a little bit, but it's not enough. So let's go ahead and take out the single. And drop in the double.
Double going in.
Great. And that's the right intensity right there.
Want to show both of them in there? So it's
Yeah, sure. Why not? Go ahead and drop in the single as well. Okay, and see that's a little bit too dim. Then we're back to the 150s intensity. So stick out the single. Now let's bring in a stand with that flag on it right there. So we are going to go ahead and make this a safe C-stand. We're going to drop it down low.
watch your arms.
And the only way to do that is to go ahead and make sure that this doesn't point at eye level with anybody. This right here will easily take out an eye. So we're going to go ahead and raise it like that. And then we're going to go ahead and turn this down. Turn it so this goes lower. There you go. And then turn this guy right here so it straightens out right in front of the light right there. So that's our final configuration. And that way it's safe, it's out of the way. Nobody can hurt themselves with it, it's above eye level.
You want to show me walking underneath it?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and move it out. Okay. Well, can you move it back in real quick? And then move it back out. And start moving it in real slow. Right there, stop. Come back a little bit. But no, actually keep it right there. Just keep moving it in. Right there, stop. Come back a little bit. Right there. Okay, now Ivan, can you go ahead and frame that out? Zoom in or whatever you need to do. Actually move in instead of zooming in. Yeah, move in. Okay. Make sure you're level.
So the highlights on the glass storm housing that's around that candle were just unavoidable. So we just went ahead and removed the glass housing, and we're just going to use the candle by itself.
Let's head to that variac real quick.
Dimming it or off and on?
On and off right now. Right there. Stand by. Hold on. Keep going.
On? Keep it on?
Stand by. Dim it up all the way. Come back down. Come back down.
Coming
Slowly.
down.
Right there. Okay, and put the flag in. Now let's go back and dim that down a little bit. Okay, go ahead. Come back up a little bit. Come back up, up. And stop right there.
Okay.
Okay.
So we went ahead and noticed that the reflections on the candles were just way too eye-catching. We decided to dull them down a little bit, take them down, get rid of them.
No, I'm not going to do it here. Oh my God. Oh God, no. No. We're going to take it outside. Careful. There's wax in them dark candles. Okay, so just set it down on the ground.
Set it down?
Well, set it down so you can spray it.
So we're using standard dulling spray that you can buy from any art store, any kind of lighting store. You can also order it online. You hold it about 8 inches away from the candle and you spray for a little bit. Once it dries, it dulls down the surface of that candle or any object that you spray it on so that it doesn't reflect light as a specular source anymore. It's a lot softer, more diffused. You want to try to always do that in a well-ventilated area. Try to take it outside and bring it back in when you're done. Now watch what happens when you put that candle back in. It's reflecting a lot less light. Also, what's happening is that the actual reflections aren't as stark as they used to be. They're not as specular. Now they're diffuse highlights rather than specular highlights. This is how they used to be before. See how specular and bright those were? They were pure white. Now they're a lot more dull, they're a lot more diffuse, and a lot more acceptable. In fact, now they look like they're being made by the candle right next to that particular candle.
Go ahead.
Striking.
Keep going.
Now that flag that's sitting at the bottom of the table right there is being used to shield the fill light from the background so that it doesn't go in under the table, behind their legs, and then spilling on the background. We're turning the fill light on and off just to show you exactly what it's doing.
Keep going. Just leave it on for a second.
Whoops, notice how Kevin kicked down that flag right there, and luckily we noticed it. Putting a sandbag in front of one of these things in the future would help that not happen.
Okay, let's try the other light now, the 300.
Striking.
Notice what the shot looks like with just a fill light by itself. There's really not much there, but if you like this kind of a look, you can choose to maybe use the fill light, give it more power, and use that as a key light in the future. What we like to show you is variations in the same theme. We set up the key light and the fill light and the rim lights in this particular position, but you may like the position of the fill light better for the key light. So you might just want to be able to use that in the future by itself. So that's why we're showing you all these different kind of positions. We turn off the lights one at a time so you can see what it looks like, see which look fits what you're looking for the best. Each one creates its own mood.
Okay, and keep it on for a second. Go ahead and turn it on and keep it on. And do the same thing with that 150 back there.
This one?
Yeah.
Striking.
And leave it on. And the other 150, please. Keep going. And leave it on. Now, what we're going to do is I need you to get on that dimmer, Ivan.
Yeah.
And flicker it.
Flicker it?
Yeah, to match the candles.
All right.
Just, I mean, we're talking like a couple of degrees, you know?
Yeah.
Just a couple of degrees just to kind of add a little bit, yeah. Yeah. So now we're going to go ahead, we're flickering the candle. And we're going to see what that looks like. Not quite so much, smaller movements. And keep doing that. Keep doing that.
It's gone.
Give it a little bit more crank now. Yeah. There you go.
Scoot it out this way.
Yeah. Careful with the candles. Okay. So let's go ahead and move the lights now in that direction as well. We got to just match everything now. And the reason we're doing that and not just moving the camera is because we want the background to stay in the same position. So we don't want to have to move the entire background and camera combination, so we're moving just all the contents of the frame, which is the lighting and the subjects.
Striking.
Camera position was gonna stay the same?
Yeah.
You want a nail down plate for the pancake or something?
You got one?
Yeah.
Let's do it. You got one together? So what is this thing called?
It's a pancake with a baby nail down plate.
A baby nail down plate on a pancake. Beautiful.
It's also a kung fu weapon, as is just displayed.
That's pretty hot. That's a hot light, so we need to get some gloves for it. Let's go ahead and move that into position. The backlights will stay in the exact same position. The reason being is that we're still going to need them to separate the actress from the environment in the exact same positions. There's one and there's the other. So we're good to go whenever they're ready to go. All right, floppy right here. It's shielding us from the wind. Go ahead and move it in. Now the purpose of that flag, and you're going to see here in a moment when we turn off the overheads, is to cut the key light off the background. You can see that going in right there. See that backlight, how it's kind of throwing those shadows? They don't look very good.
What was that?
Why don't you kill that backlight real quick?
Striking.
And what you need to do is you need to come at her with that backlight from over here.
Yeah, great.
So we're moving the position of the backlight from right here over to right here to get a better angle on her. We need to get some scrim into that. And go ahead with the black foil. Now what the lighting tech is using right there is cinefoil or black foil to shield the light off the background completely, so there's no spill light going on the background. We can have a purely black background. Okay, so that's with the black wrap right now on the back wall. So as we mentioned before, flickering the key light instead of the fill light is going to create a much more dramatic effect. This is if you had, let's just say, a window open in the scene and you wanted to make it feel like there's wind coming in and it's actually flickering the candles much more vigorously than, let's just say, if the window was closed and there was no wind.
Striking. It's up all the way.
Adding wind sound effect in post-production is going to really sell that effect even more.
Okay, go ahead and do it.
Flicker it.
Yeah.
Notice how that effect is a lot more dramatic than flickering the fill. Notice also that the shadows are very much consistent with the angle of the candle itself, so that it feels like the candle itself is casting the shadows on the subjects. When Denise raises her hand, or when Kevin raises his hand or is playing with the wick right there, it actually does feel like the candle is emitting the actual light. And notice how we use the flag to flag the light away from the body of the candle.
Go up all the way, and then come down a little bit, and then just make smaller movements now.
I don't think Kevin really ever got what we were doing here, and essentially every time we would do anything with the camera, he kept looking at us and looking over to see what we were doing, even though we kept telling him again and again, just don't look at us, just keep talking to Denise. But he was really fun to work with, and he was a really good guy, and actually really looked the part, and kind of was very photogenic, and so was she, and they kind of fit together in that same scene very well.
Okay, there you go. That looks really nice. Oh, go up all the way? And come back down just a little bit from there. That's cool.
Hello and thank you for choosing to watch Candlelight Scene number 2. This is where we mix the candles with the Christmas lights. So we'll teach you how to light the background based on motivation from the Christmas lights. This is the actual shot, as you can see it. This is the behind the scenes of the shot. We're going to go through the lighting step by step in the actual field. So we're not going to do any more prep before, because this is a short piece, and actually the rest of these pieces from now on are all short. So we're going to take care of all the teaching and all the learning in the field as we go step by step, watching how we did this, and then we'll do like a little wrap up maybe at the end. The one thing I want to show you real quick before we get started is where we started from. This is the actual shot that we started with, and of course you already know where we ended up. So if you're interested in finding out how we ended up with that final shot, go ahead and watch this. It's about 14 minutes.
And getting it ready. All the pedestals that we're going to use, everything is going to get set up against this dark gray background.
Give about 2 seconds.
Okay. Move it into the center between them, and you can kind of see on the monitor where it is right between them. A little bit further back, right there. Okay. Actually, even further back and a little bit to the left. Right there, so you can just see the edge of it, you know?
At this point I realized that there's just not enough background there in order for me to have the expanse of this shot the way I wanted it. There's just not enough room. I can't get the chairs in there, the Christmas lights and everything, so I had to make a command decision at that point and just switch over to another background entirely.
Cannot get the subjects in here, as well as the candles, as well as the background. It's just too small. It needs to be about twice as wide almost. So we're going to flip over to this background right here, this blue background, which might actually help us a little better anyhow. It might look a little bit nicer, kind of like a night sky. So we're going to flip over to this side and move everything over to this side instead.
Since our lighting tech were busy doing the lighting and helping out with everything else in the gear, we asked the models to go ahead and set up all these little candles. These are just little tea candles from IKEA. The whole bag was like $3, and it created that bouquet of light in the foreground. I intended it to look something like a birthday cake, like maybe they're celebrating something up on the roof of a building with the wind blowing behind them. Don't forget to always use gloves when you handle scrims. These hot scrims are extremely hot. Always use gloves when you handle them, pull them out of the lights. As you can see right now, the shot's looking really nice in the monitor. We have a really nice layout. Everything's looking really good. We're ready to go. There was just one last thing we needed to do, which is to send the lighting tech around to all the lights and make sure that they're not spilling any extra light onto the floor. So what he's got right there is a sheet of that black wrap or cinefoil, which is just that black foil, and it's really heavy duty. And what he's doing is he's taking little strips of it and wrapping them around the lights where they're spilling light on the floor. What that's going to do is it's going to keep that light off of the floor, which is normally ruining kind of the illusion of them being up on a roof or something like that. It's going to expose the floor. It's also going to reflect light from the floor back into their faces and ruin our lighting. So let's head back to the set right now and see what's going on.
Okay, so let's go to each one of the individual lights and show what we did. We have a 300 watt fill light, which is going through tough spun, going through a silk, double silk. And that is also being knocked down by this flag to keep it off of the background. That's a happy thought. Thank you for that.
So we're going to go ahead and strike the fill over here on and off so you can see exactly what it's doing. Now we didn't need a lot of light here as fill light. We just wanted a little bit. So we wanted a little bit of light. 300 watt piece was just fine, you know, was enough. And we wanted to break it over a very large area. So we diffused it first with a tough spun and secondarily with the large silk, because we want it to be spread over a very large area. You can see when we turn it on and off, it's not making a huge impact. It's just making a little bit of a difference just to kind of peek into the shadows a little bit and bring up the levels. Now we move on to rim light. This 150 right here, RE150, and that's going through this amber gel, and that is acting as their rim light right there. Cool. We have all of our Christmas lights right there. And what we have over here is our other 150. Cool, thank you. And let's see what this one's doing.
Going cold. Striking. Going cold.
And
Striking.
we go to our final 150, which has some black wrap on it right there. And the black wrap is making it so that the light isn't spilling from the instrument and down into the floor. We don't want that. So we put some black wrap on it right there so it doesn't spill. It is also going through an amber gel right there. Okay, let's see.
Striking. Striking. Striking.
Okay. Our final light right here is our 650. And so you can see that this one's going to be, of course, the key. It's the largest light on the set. It's 650 watts, going through just one layer of diffusion just to kind of soften the light a little bit. The reason we chose a much larger, softer source, which is the chimera, as opposed to just a piece of diffusion like we did in the first candle scene, is because this is a lot of candles, which are going to make a much larger, softer source. So we have to mimic that larger, softer source. In the first candle scene, we're just using one candle, maybe two or three. So that creates, you know, a very small source of light. It's going to be very sourcey. It's going to create deep, dark shadows. But in this case, if we were there with them on the roof and they had all these candles there, it would be a much larger, softer source. Now we're going to show you the action of the flags and the silks in the set. Let's see what the silk is doing. Anytime you're ready, just swing it out and swing it back in. And then each one of the flags, can you take the flag away, please? Or swing it out. Okay, here we go. And back again. And out. And then back in. And back in. Okay, now kill all of our instruments. Now the reason we're turning off all the lights is we're going to go ahead and light the candles right now. We just wanted to prove that you can do all the lighting and everything that you need to do on the set before you even light the candles. And lighting the candles themselves is going to help the illusion a little bit, but is definitely not necessary. The candles themselves are not putting out enough illumination to actually light the subjects themselves. However, you do need them as motivation for your lighting, otherwise it just won't look like candlelight. You have to have the candle actually in the shot to provide the motivation. And also you need henceforth the Christmas lights themselves to provide motivation for the rim lights themselves too. Otherwise the rim lights are just coming in and everybody's saying, well, where are these lights coming from? There's no motivation for any of this lighting. However, you don't need to actually have the candles on the entire time when you're doing your lighting. What that's going to do is going to save you money, because that means you don't have to keep pouring bags and bags of candles into the scene as you're doing your lighting. These things aren't going to last more than about 45 minutes. So you can probably go through 2 or 3 bags of candles. The other thing is the smoke from the candles might make somebody sick, and also it causes a potential hazard. I mean, what if somebody brushes up against one of these candles and then they all kind of topple over, and then you've got wax and everything everywhere. So what's the point? You know what you're doing. You don't have to have these things on the entire time when you're doing your lighting. You've got your motivation. You know what you're supposed to have as far as the light source. You can go ahead and do your lighting, and then when you get done, get everybody together like a team. Go ahead and have them light up all these candles and have fun doing it. You can see that they're all having fun doing this. This is at about 9 decibels a gain, and then we're going to go ahead and get back to the set right now, and we're going to do some gain studies with the main camera to see just how much light is coming out of these candles. So as we can see from the point of view of the camera is that even when we're going to go ahead and go to right now to 9 decibels gain on the main camera. You can see it just does not provide enough illumination. Also, it's the wrong kind of illumination. It's like monster light. The light's coming from below the eyes, and it just kind of is not very flattering. Also notice how the candles are all now blown out. There's no detail in the candles anymore. You can't actually see the flames. It just looks like a kind of like a white thing at the bottom of the frame there. So you just lost all your definition in the actual candles themselves, and that's going to cheapen your image again, make it look even more like video and less like you're watching a movie. So watch what happens again when we take down the gain back to normal 0 decibels gain. There it goes. There's definition in the candles themselves. You can see each flame individually twinkling by itself. And now we're going to turn on the key light on the left side of the frame, that 650 watt light. And of course we'll dim that down later to the correct intensity so it feels right. Now back to the set. And start going around to each one at a time, please, with the backlights, with the rim lights. Striking. Great. And do me a favor, can you lean back? Kevin, lean back. So now we're just going to roll on this for a little bit. Like I said in the last piece, I don't think Kevin ever really got what we were doing here. He always seemed like he was afraid of the camera or something, but he did a pretty good job. And now we're going to try it with the dimmers. Okay, you got control of both of them, or you guys want to individually control them? I can get the other one. Okay. Okay, so now we got control of the dimmers. We got 2 guys on dimmers right here. There's 1. There's number 2. Right there. And we're going to go ahead and flicker these main lights over here in the front so we can make the appearance of the candles. Okay, whenever you guys are ready, go ahead and start flickering, but very small movements, not big movements. Fast, but small movements. And of course, with the wind in the back, we're getting that kind of feeling that it's kind of high up in a building or something, or outside at least. As you'll notice in some of your own productions, your set may end up becoming a love connection ground, and I think that these 2 guys became an item right after our shoot. Denise, yes. Don't lean in quite so far. Yeah, because the shadow, he throws a shadow on you. Okay, that's cool. That's cool right there. We're going to make one adjustment. Mike, can you make that amber light hit him as well in that position too, please? Maybe open up the right barn door or something. Yeah, make it hit him a little bit. Yeah, there you go, right there. And now go all the way up with the key lights and come down a little bit. Yeah, all the way up with the key lights. And you can see how that just doesn't work. It just has it doesn't quite create the right mood. And then come back down a little bit slowly. So our first position. Yeah. That's beautiful. So we're moving the Christmas lights in and out to make it feel like there's a wind upstairs or outside. Just slowly. If you do it slowly, it'll work. Just gently. A little bit less intense flickering, more gentle with the flicker. Oh yeah, that looks so much nicer. That looks really nice with the movement of the Christmas lights. So we got our shot. This is our set. You've already seen every single one of the lights that we used. We really didn't use that many lights. We used the 650 watt key on the left side of the frame going through Chimera. We used the 300 watt Fresnel going through Tough Spun, which is that thick diffusion, and also double silk, which is that modifier that's hanging on the C-stand right there. We also used two 150 watt Fresnel lights going through amber gel, acting as rim lights. Those are those two that are sitting in the background right there, aiming back at the people. That's what's creating the effect that those Christmas lights are actually lighting the people. And that's pretty much it. I mean, it's 650 plus 300 plus 150 plus 150. That's it. It's a small ARRI kit to make this whole scene happen. And now we're watching it with a little bit of smoke. We added a little bit of smoke just to kind of see what would happen, you know, create maybe a nicer kind of wide shot for us to use as advertising. You'll find that when you actually have a shot that you really like and you've composed it well and everything works really well, once you're done and you've got the shot that you want, you might try some other version, something totally different, something that you never thought you'd try before, which in this case, like smoke for us, just to see what it would look like. In this case, it gave us a really nice kind of advertising wide shot for us to use. It's not something necessarily we would use in a movie, but it's something that we can use on a box or, you know, something for advertising on the internet. And also it gave us an opportunity to use that pedestal again, which is that large wheeled tripod that we have in the studio, to kind of get more moving shots and show you guys what you can get with a moving shot in this kind of a scene. Hello and welcome to Candlelight Scene 3. In this particular scene, we're going to learn a little bit more about blue screen lighting, as well as some other things. We're not going to delve into blue screen lighting so much that that's all we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about some other things. Delving into blue screen, green screen, and other forms of keying is going to be an optional DVD later on in the series. Primarily, what we're going to concentrate on is just getting a little bit of a quick overview of blue screen lighting. The other thing we're going to talk about is, well, what if we take the same scene that we had before with the two models from before, and then we just drop in two darker skinned models into the exact same shot? Is it going to work, or do we have to make certain kinds of modifications? You may encounter certain situations like that where the director, for instance, you know, sets up a scene and says, well, I really don't like this with these two people. Maybe let's just try two different extras in this particular scene, and then you have to compensate for those individuals. So we'll talk about that, and we'll also talk about blue screen lighting. Regarding lighting for keying, primarily what we're going to do is just teach you how to light a background flat with two Diva 400s, these two fluorescent fixtures right there, and also measure the background and make sure that the lighting is even across the entire background within to about a third of a stop. What you'll need is an incident light meter like this to really measure a background properly and make sure that it's within tolerance. You can get an incident light meter like that for about $200. The one that Ivan's holding right there is probably about $350. Probably the best ones that you can buy are the ones that are combo spot and incident meters. Primarily for matters of convenience, you just have to carry 1 meter around with you and not 2. Even though you'll find that a lot of DPs, they'll walk around with both meters because they want to be able to give a meter to their assistant and have the assistant go do the incident measurements while they do the spot measurements from a different point. Usually the best value is in one of these combo meters because it's still cheaper than buying 2 separate meters. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the setup of the whole thing. We pretty much still have the exact same setup from the day before because this is the following morning that we're doing from Candlelight 2. So we've got our lighting tech right there, and he's going to go ahead and light up all the candles, making sure that they're ready to go. The reason we're going ahead and lighting them up right away is because we already have the lighting in place. We don't have to wait to get the lighting in place. The models are ready. They're just getting dressed right now here in a little bit. And our grip right here is going to line up a couple of these C-stands, and he's putting up some of these big 4x4 floppies. And the big 4x4 floppies are really useful, especially in a situation like this where we want to try to leave that front door open, but it's actually letting in so much light that it's changing our light levels and it's ruining our exposure. So what we're going to do is put up some of these floppies over here, kind of like as a light block. And he's really tightening up those C-stands. The reason being is they're holding a very large weight above them right there, and you don't want one of these weights to just come toppling down on one of the actors as they're walking by. This weekend was one of the hottest ones in the entire history of the valley over here. Outside it was about 100 degrees, and inside this is about 10 a.m. right now, and it was already about 115, 116 degrees, and it got much hotter as the day went on. So we tried to leave that door open for ventilation. It's just one of those situations where you're happy that you're shooting in a studio, or at least you have some of these devices that make life a little bit easier, and we'll show you exactly what these floppies did. We shot a before and after of the image with the exposure, and we'll show you what it was like before we added these floppies and also after we closed the garage door. So we can show you just how much these guys did by themselves and how much closing the garage door also affected the exposure. We have all the befores and afters, and here Mike is mopping up a water spill from that air conditioning unit that we have sitting on top of the swamp cooler. And you have to always make sure to mop up all these little water stands as quickly as possible before they turn into something bigger and either somebody slips on them or they end up coming near a cable that has an outlet nearby. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to turn on all the lights, and we're going to also kill all the overhead lights. So here's our lighting tech, Ivan, and he's going to go ahead and turn on all these lights. And these are primarily the rim lights right there, and there goes the house lights, so we can get back to the same light level as last night. That's the third rim light right there. And you can see the sets kind of coming back to life right there with the candles in the foreground. There's all of our dimmers, and they're getting ready to go. And he's setting them up to max light levels right now. So there's the shot with maximum light levels on both the key and the fill. They have not been dimmed down at all. They're just ready to go. We also noticed that there's a lot of reflected light in Daniel's glasses right there. You can see those two white spots in his glasses. So here in a moment we're going to ask him to remove his eyeglasses because they're just not working for the shot. If we needed him to read something off of a teleprompter, then of course then we have him keep them on, but we don't need him in this case. So we're also going to move one of these floppies off to the right side right here, as close as possible to that wall, and block as much light as possible, as you can see from that back wall that we have.
Do you want me to bring the light down to the level that it was at last night?
Yeah, and not only that, but we are going to have to close that door for a little bit. I want to get the exact same look at first. Hey, Mike? Yeah. That's not working. There's still a lot of light leaking through. Okay. So we're going to have to just kind of close that door, and just for momentarily until we get the shot. Okay. Yeah, please do. Okay, so we closed that back door because that's the only way to get it to actually work so we can see it. This is where we're at right now with the door closed. Watch this area right here on the top right hand side and keep your eyes on it. This is how it was before. So you can see that there's a little bit of a different light level at where we're at before, and closing that garage door really made a difference. Now this doesn't mean that the floppies didn't actually end up helping us. We could have just used the floppies, but we want it to be at the exact same light level as we did before, at least in regards to the background. So let's look at the background from the day before. It's exactly identical exposure on that background. It looks exactly the same. So we want it to start out with the exact same slate and then work from there. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that we understand how much of an adjustment we had to make as far as the dimmers to achieve this result. The day before we were at about 60 rating on the dimmer right there. It's not a percentile because it goes all the way up to 140, so it's not really 60%. It's about just like a 60 rating, 60 units let's say. We're having to make an adjustment to about 100 units today. The reason being is that Daniel and Elaine's skin is absorbing more light, and we need about 20% more light to bring their skin tones up to proper light levels. So we're going to start flickering at about 85 right there so that we can flicker between about 70 to 100 as our range. This yields a very acceptable level. We have our skin tones exactly where we want them. The shot looks really nice. The background is still dark. Everything is exactly the same as it was before. We didn't really have to move any of the lights. We didn't have to change anything. And everything looks really, really good. We still have both guys flickering both the key and the fill light. Generally, the range of flicker is going to be approximately about 20%. So if we're starting it at about 85 as our center, we're going from about 70 to 100 as our range. Of course, that is not a percentile. So if you were to speak in about percentage terms, you're going from about, let's just say, 70 to 85%, flickering about 15 to 20% in between. That yields a very good flicker. It's not too far over the top. It's not unnoticeable either, so it's not like you can't see it, and it's not like you can see it too much. Let's get back to the set and see what's going on. So yesterday, I see it right there. So we were about 65 yesterday, flickering in that neighborhood. And now we've gone up to today, about right there, flickering around the 80-85% range. Roger that, got it. So now we're going to go ahead and open the door again, and we're going to see with the A camera what's happening to that background with all the spill light. Okay, now do me a favor, both you guys, can you come over and turn these so they let the light pass through? Okay, so we've got the lighting tech right there turning the floppy so it can let in even more light. What we're going to do is we're going to shoot the shot again, but with all the floppies turned around, even with the flicker and everything. And then we're going to do a comparison step by step to see just how much the spill light from that door is really affecting our shot. If it's just kind of like a thing that we're seeing maybe, or like an illusion, or is it reality? And then kind of like from that, hopefully you guys will learn that it's really important to control the amount of spill light that's coming into your set. Spill light, I mean, I can't even say enough about it. Wrapping the cinefoil around the lights, making sure that there's no windows or skylights or anything like that, making sure there's no lamps in the corner. Especially now, these days, with video cameras being so sensitive that we're not having to use the light levels that we used to have to before when we were shooting film. We used to have to use a 2K to do what we can do right now with a 300 watt. And of course now with that kind of light sensitivity in the cameras, there's a certain responsibility to making sure that there is no spill light coming into the set from just about any source.
Okay, so now that we have the guys flickering the lights, we've already shot the shot, we've made sure that everything is good, we've got the shot with the background as it is, the guys are flickering the lights, we're going to go ahead and go step by step and make sure that we understand exactly how much the light levels on that background have changed from one step to the next. This is the scene where the 4x4 is rotated open and the garage door open. Notice the light levels in the background back there. After rotating the 4x4's closed, it got a lot darker, and now with the door closed as well, it got much darker, and it's back to the old light levels from the day before.
That should do it. Let's go ahead and light up that background. Put some Kino, one Kino on each side. Kino flow flying in from right about here.
Like shadow's gonna cast on her. I can raise up.
I'm gonna run a cable for these two.
Okay.
So if you want to just run your cable back over here, I'm gonna run power back.
Great. I actually have an outlet right here I can go into. Going hot.
Oh, you found a book?
Striking.
It is actually in the shot. So let's bring it back out a little bit to the left and further away from the background. We don't need to light it that much. Yeah, that's out of the shot now. Yeah, let's go up a little bit higher with those two because it's definitely not evenly lit, that's for sure. Hey Mike,
Yeah.
can you bring that light, that whole stand over here instead?
Yep.
I think that might work because I need to get some light on that center. Okay, that's starting to get better on your side. That's a lot better on your side. So we just need to get it better on the other side too. Ivan, you need to move it the same position where he's at, closer to me.
Repatch. A lot of the light's gonna cast on the background objects though.
Well, we can dial these things down. They don't need to be that hot. We literally just need to bring up the background like maybe a half a stop. But we need to bring up like 3 stops like we are right now.
Going hot.
And
Striking.
okay, move it a little bit more towards the center of the frame. I think we can get away with it. That'll move that shadow. That'll move that shadow. Keep going towards the center of the frame. What are you at?
I got a f2.2.
Okay.
I got a 2.0. And a 2.0.1. Want me to take one?
Give me a contrast reading. Bring in the bulb and give me a contrast reading from each light.
From each light on her?
Yeah.
1.4.9, so basically 2.
Okay. And then on him as well too.
2.0.
And then off the other light, cover it up from this light and only take a reading from this light.
Only
for
from this
him.
light?
For him. Okay, go ahead and take a reading.
1.0.1, f1.1.
F1.1. Got it. Give me one more reading.
Same thing?
One more time, same thing.
Yeah, f1.1.
Got it? Okay. Now let's go ahead and check the background.
Bulb in or out?
Bulb
In.
out. Stand by. Okay.
2.0. 1. 14.9. Looks like we have an even 2.0. 2.0. 0. 14.9. One 4.8, 149.
So what we need to do is bring it to stop below exposure. So let's start dimming down the kinos until we can get that.
Do you want to be taking the
Just kind of take it down to half, and we'll take a reading. We'll go play it by ear.
That's max? You were on max before, right? Okay, let's go down. There. Okay, go down a little more. There. No, still need to go lower.
Okay.
Go down with yours first. There.
How are we looking? Call it
We're
out.
still at 1 point. We're at 1.4 right now. So,
Okay.
what's our exposure at on the actors?
F2.0.
So you just want one stop down?
One stop down.
Okay, so we just need to get a little lower than that.
Okay. Because we just need
So
to
you
get to
wanna go to
1.4.
1.4.
Yeah.
What we're trying to get is one stop under, which is 50% less light on the background, which is ideal for lighting a blue screen.
I'm at 1.4 here. 1.4.2. 1.4.4, so just dim that a little bit. There. A little lower, lower. There. A little, just one hair lower. There, there. 1.4. 1.9 and 8/10. 1.4. Still at 1.4. 1.4.1. 1.4.1. Okay, good. So we're at F1 and 9/10 to F1.4 and 1/10. So we're within 2/10 of one stop, which is fine for chroma keying.
Thank you. Okay, let's look at it. It's pretty nice.
Some shadows, but still.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. In our shadow, some of the shadows on the wall are reading F1 and 6/10. The even portion of the wall is at F1 and 7/10. F1 and 3/10. F1 and 3/10. So the blue is absorbing about half a stop to 6/10 or 7/10 of a stop, which is pretty normal for blue like that. So yeah, so we're good. So you want to stop down, or do you want?
Actually, let's check that. Do me a favor, Mike. Can you turn this light on and off and let him take a contrast check? Any difference?
Okay, go back, turn it back on. We're at F1 and 6/10.
Okay.
7/10.
Kill it.
Striking.
F1 and 3/10.
So it's
a
third of a stop.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, so let's flicker before we lose these candles completely. Let me know when you guys are ready.
Set.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and flicker the lights right now to create the candle effect. Now, one thing that I want to draw your attention to is even though we lit this blue screen really flat and it has a very nice kind of consistent lighting across it, it is by itself built into it a veritably inconsistent blue screen. That is because it has splotches and dark areas and light areas. It's been used and washed and rewashed several times, and therefore it has lost a lot of its properties that would make a blue screen a blue screen. In fact, it's really just kind of like a blue wash background. And so essentially we've just kind of tried to demonstrate to you how to light a blue screen, but because of the inconsistencies found in this particular blue screen and all the stains on it and the areas of light and dark, we cannot key this. It's impossible. Therefore, that's why we didn't really bother to kind of even try to key it for this program. We just wanted to show you just how to do it if you had a proper blue or green screen. Those are the principles behind how to actually do it yourself. The other thing that I want to draw your attention to is one other thing that you can do in the future if you have the ability to do that is to try to get a third Diva 400 in the center of the frame but up high. If you had like a grid up on the ceiling, if you could get a third light in the center of the frame to kind of light up that area of inconsistency usually in the center, that would be even better. That way you can use your side lights off to the side even more to light the side and the bottom of the screen. The other thing that I want to draw your attention to is how much distance we have between the subjects and the background. That's very important. One of the principles of being able to do a successful blue screen is not just to have a very consistent blue screen without a lot of shadows on it, but also to have a very good distance from the subjects to the background, so that there's no spill, so that the blue screen itself does not spill back onto the people, onto the subjects in the middle of the frame. The other important principle of blue or green screen lighting, especially green screen, which tends to spill back a lot more, is to use rim lights. Rim lights are very, very important to make sure that the edges of the people, of the subjects, are very well defined against the background. What you can do is you can add a little bit of magenta to the rim lights, and that way you can make the edges of the people even less greenish-like, so that if there is a little bit of spill from the green screen, or if you can't separate the subjects from the background as much as you want, at least you can defeat some of that green spill back into the people by putting magenta on those rim lights. But distance from the subject to the background is of paramount importance. Consistency of lighting across the blue screen is very important. And also make sure that you rim light your subjects so you can separate them from the background.
House lights coming up.
You can kill the candles. Kill the candles.
Are they done?
Yeah, you guys can.
Sorry.
All right.
Hello and welcome to Tabletop Lighting, controlling highlight and shadow quality. This is probably the most fun section of this entire series because it's probably the most fun you can have with a camera and a tabletop. Okay, let's get started. The first thing we're going to learn about is controlling shadow detail. Let's look at this cube right here. Let's just say that there's a hard light source coming in from the top right hand corner, and it's affecting it and making that shadow, that hard shadow on the left hand side of the frame. Now by hard shadow I mean that it has sharp lines and it has a very definite form, unlike this one for instance, which is a very diffuse shadow, very soft and has soft lines instead of the hard ones as in the first one. Now let's go back to the one lit by the hard light again with a hard shadow. Notice that it has a side right there that is the lightest side. It's lightest because it's closest to the light source and it's acting as a big highlight, a very big soft highlight across that entire face. Then we have the top one. That is the second lightest side, mainly because it's facing away from the light and therefore it's not getting as much light as the right side. Then we have the third side, which is the darkest side. It's the side facing furthest away from the light source and therefore it's getting the least amount of light, thus the darkest side. This shading quality, the difference between the lightest side, the medium side, and the darkest side, and also that shadow that's behind it, is what makes this cube look three-dimensional. And it's important to do that considering that we're shooting with a device that only has one eye and therefore doesn't see three dimensions like human beings with both of our eyes that allow us to perceive in 3D. Essentially, the camera sees everything as flat, and the only way to make something pop out of the frame and kind of feel like it's three-dimensional is by using lighting. And the shading, the actual shadow that the object creates on the surface, is just as important as the actual light that falls on the subject to create that illusion of three-dimensionality. Now we can control that shadow quality by adding diffusion to the light source, by changing the shape of the light source, by making it larger. The larger the light source, the softer the shadow. So we just made this into a broad, large light source instead of that tiny one that was there before, and the shadow became a lot softer because the light source itself is wrapping around the object and surrounding it with light, and therefore the shadow just keeps getting softer and softer. The more you can see us moving that piece of diffusion on the right side closer to the object, the more it's going to change its character. When we go back to the hard lighting, you can see that it's a major difference. Now we're going to drop another object into that frame, so you can see something totally different. This little wooden airplane is made out of the same material as the wood block, so what's going to happen is it's going to absorb light in the exact same way, but it has a much more complex shape than the wood block. Now we're going to turn it away from the light so we can get better modeling on it. We're going to add a little white card on the left side so that we can get the same contrast ratio as the wood block from light to dark. Now the red propeller feels like it's getting the same amount of light as the darkest side of the wood block. Now we can start looking at the shadow quality. You'll notice that it has a hard shadow, which means it has very sharp edges. But when we add diffusion, watch what happens to the shadow. It becomes a lot softer, just like when we diffuse the light for the cube. So even though the airplane has a much more complex shape than the cube, adding diffusion to the light is going to have the exact same result. It's going to wrap the light around the airplane and make a very soft shadow on the other side. Now notice the darkness of the shadows on the airplane, especially that one right there underneath the wing, and also the one in the tail. Now the interplay between those shadows right there and also the highlight that's right there on the airplane makes this image feel like it has good contrast. The one thing that good contrast does in an image like this, especially for tabletop though, is that it takes the attention away from the texture of the wood itself. Let's see what happens when we drop in this diffusion, and we're going to go ahead and brighten up the scene a little bit. Notice how the shadows underneath the wing and underneath the tail have become a lot softer, and therefore they're not drawing attention away from the texture of the airplane itself, which is the wood. Watch what happens again when we go to a high contrast lighting situation. The shadows are drawing attention away from the texture. Now that we've learned what light does for these wooden objects that absorb highlights and absorb light, let's see what it does for chrome objects, which are a lot harder to light. This is an old Zenith Space Command remote control for an old television. Notice how dirty it is. It's got dirt everywhere. You can see it on the HD signal very well, so we have to go ahead and clean the remote control before we use it for the first time. Another thing we're going to notice is that when we set it down on its side, watch that very, very bright highlight right there on the left side. That's called a specular highlight, and that was virtually non-existent when we had our wooden model before. The reason being is that the wooden model didn't have any shiny surfaces on it that would reflect the light directly back into the camera, so it had no major specular highlights. And because of that, if we didn't mind sacrificing the texture of the airplane, we could still use a hard light source on it and not have this bright specular highlight reflecting the light source directly back into our eyes. So after we gave the remote control a thorough cleaning, we put it right back in the same light as we had it in before. Notice the shadow quality right there on the left side. It's exactly the same as when we had the cube and also the airplane. It's a very hard shadow. So when we drop some diffusion in front of the light source, we're going to make the light source bigger. It's going to wrap around the remote control, and therefore the shadows are going to get softer. It also gives the remote control a little bit more elegance and stature, sort of like adding a soft drop shadow to a screen font. Also notice this nice soft highlight that's created along the edge of the remote control. These kinds of highlight help reveal the texture of the remote control and make it feel even more chrome and silver. Now we're going to add a white card on the left hand side of the frame so that we can fill in that shadow a little bit, make it less dark. Now remember, we haven't added any new lights. This is just a white card reflecting the main key light. Another thing we're going to look at is this unflattering reflection of something along the entire body of the remote control. It's unflattering. It's taking attention away from that chrome nature of the remote control. So we aim to actually take it out. The best way to do that is to bring in a white card behind the remote control on these metal feet. Later on we're going to show you exactly how we did everything on a big wide shot, but right now we're just going to concentrate on the object itself. Notice how that highlight keeps getting manipulated back and forth, and we're finding just the right slash across. We've almost removed all trace of that unflattering reflection on the side of the remote control. You can see that it's now alternating between black, silver, and that highlight that we created also revealed a speck on the back of the remote control. Again, when you're doing HD on tabletop projects, it's better to have a very nice large monitor so you can see exactly what you're doing, which is how we noticed it. So we went ahead and cleaned it off, we changed the aspect a little bit, and now we're using white cotton gloves so that we don't leave any fingerprints on the chrome side. Our next objective is to break up that silver facet along the entire front of the remote control. So we're going to add a black card on the front of the remote, and we're going to try to position it in just the right way to make a slash across the front of it. That's going to keep that black silver alternating feel to it, and once again give it one more aspect that's very unique. So we decided to elevate the black card off the surface of the counter by using those metal feet with the alligator clips to lift the card off the counter. We're going to keep working with it until we find just the right slash across the remote control. Now don't forget, we're still cutting and shaping the key light. We haven't added any lights yet. The cards are acting like miniature flags and reflectors, allowing us to shape the key light. We just cut them out of a large piece of cardstock that's black on one side and white on the other side. Now we're going to go ahead and start adding some lighting. This is just a small $2 LED light, and we're using it to bounce off of the white card that's sitting behind the remote control so that it will color that highlight that's along the black side of the remote and make it blue. Now we're going to add one more light. It's a blue LED glow stick that we bought from a store. It's about $3. We're going to take it and we're going to put it on the right side of the frame so that it creates one more reflection in the silver facet of the remote control. If we're careful, we can keep it just out of frame and we can sculpt a nice new highlight across the entire face. Let's see what we've created now. We've created a blue soft highlight, a silver, a black, another white, a black, and a blue highlight. Now we've done that with the use of just our key light, a couple of LED lights, and a couple of black and white cards. We've enhanced the appearance of the remote control and made it look a little bit more modern. This is in stark contrast to where we started off with just one hard light source and no reflectors. Notice how drab and lifeless this image now seems compared to our new one. Now let's not rest on our laurels, let's see what else we can do. We're going to bring in an LED flashlight on the top right hand side of the frame to try to manipulate the background. This is going to help separate the remote control from the background by making the background more blue and also more bright. We thought it would look even more futuristic if you could actually see the striations in the lens of the flashlight. It also breaks up the background and makes it even more interesting. So now that we've added some color effects lights and a background light, it's time to add a rim light. We're going to use another flashlight that's sitting in a flashlight holder with legs that allow us to position it anywhere we like. Now you're going to see how this rim light from the top right hand side of the frame is going to bring up the logo and make it even more bright. This is going to draw more attention to it so that the first thing that you see when you look at this frame is the Zenith logo. We also found out that if we lower the light a little bit, we can get a very nice reflection off the bottom right hand side of the remote control. This gives it even more futuristic elegance. Now we also decided that we're going to bring in another rim light from the top left hand side of the frame to highlight the grill work along the front of the remote control. But we also wanted to use a different color at this time. From the first moment I saw this particular remote control, it reminded me of an old phaser from Star Trek. So I wanted to make it feel like it's emitting some kind of red light from the front. So I used a 1-watt LED flashlight with a magenta gel on it to create that kind of a look. However, I noticed that the white area in the front of the frame on the bottom left hand side was just drawing too much attention to itself and not enough attention to the logo on the back. So I introduced a black card on the left side of the key light, which is the right side of the frame, to cut some of that light off of the left hand side of the frame. So now let's look at it before and after. This is before the flag. You notice how there's a lot of light on the left hand side of the frame, and that area of white is getting a lot of attention. But after we put in the flag, it draws more attention to the manufacturer's mark and less to the white area on the front left hand side of the frame. So now it's time to add a red light to the front of the remote control to make it look even more like a phaser. We're going to add the xenon flashlight with a red gel on the front. Notice when we look at the spot that it makes that it just doesn't have enough saturation in it. The best way to counter that is to double up on the gel. So we're going to add one more layer of gel, and this is the result that we get. So now we've reached the right saturation, but it's too bright. The reason that it's too bright is because there's too much overall light hitting the object. The easiest way to fix that is to either dim the light source down or use a larger flag. We don't want to dim the light source down because we like what it's doing to the rest of the object. What we want to do is just use a larger flag when we darken a specific area and allow color to show more. So now let's see what happens when we bring in that flashlight. Notice how much more saturated it is. However, it's still a little bit too spotty. It's very red, but it's a little bit too spotty. And the surefire cure for that is to add some diffusion. So we're going to take the flashlight out, put some diffusion on the flashlight directly, and bring it right back in. Now that we've added some diffusion, it doesn't feel like it's challenging the back of the remote for attention. It just feels like there's a red light being emitted from that flashlight, and it looks great. Now it's time to take a look at the wide shot and see exactly what we just did. As you can see, the parts that we used are extremely affordable pieces of equipment. We just used basic black cardstock, we used flashlights, LED lights, and that's pretty much it. There's really nothing much more to it. In fact, everything that you see in front of you, including the lights and the LED lights, cost less than $100. So let's start taking away some lights and see what we did. Let's take away the red light first. This is the one that was creating the illusion of the light coming from the phaser. Now we're going to turn off the blue light that was reflecting into the black side of the remote control. And there it goes. You can see how it was reflecting into that white card directly behind it. Now we're going to take away the background light, which was making those striations on the background. Now we're going to turn off the logo light, which was the rim light coming in from the back right hand side. You can see the spot right there as we show you the light and where its position is. You can also see that there are so many other positions you could have had it at that would create whole different kinds of looks. Now we're going to turn off the red rim light from the back left hand side that was making the red pattern on the grill. There goes the blue glow stick that we're using to make a line across the silver face, the large flag that was used to block the light from the front of the frame, and also the black card that was used to make a line across the silver face. And that's pretty much it. Now let's go ahead and move on to the next project. In this particular project, we're going to use a colored background, which is this blue cardstock. However, we found out that we don't like the angle that we were at before. It was too much of a high angle and we didn't see the front of the robot. So we went to a lower angle, and we're zooming in right there to get a focus. We found out that the camera's too close to the object. So we're going to pull the camera back and get a focus, and then pull the blue cardstock up behind the robot so it'll work like a seamless background. Next, we're going to bring in a fill light on the left-hand side of the frame to fill in the front of the robot. It's just a $6 globe light that we bought from the store and put in a bulb into it, and then we covered it up with some duvetine so that it doesn't reflect back into the camera. You can see it coming in right there, and then we're going to pull the camera back here in just a second and actually show you exactly what it looks like. Now we're bringing in a piece of cardstock on the right hand side of the frame to block some of the key light off the background. This is very important in most of these tabletop endeavors because the object is usually so close to the background. Let's see it up close and see what happens. We're going to take away the cardstock right here. Now the background is getting the same amount of exposure as the robot, so it doesn't feel right. But if we bring in the card, it acts like a big flag, and it flags the light off the background. It separates the robot from the background. Just because the robot and the background are two different colors doesn't mean they're properly isolated from each other. You have to give the background a different exposure, either higher or lower, so that it properly isolates from the foreground object. Now let's see if we can sculpt the key a little bit and take some light off the robot's legs and leave it more on its head. And there it is. Let's see how we did that. We used a piece of cardstock mounted on those two metal feet, and we're going to swing it in and out so you can see exactly what it's doing. We're using it to shield the bottom part of the key off the robot. Next, we thought it'd be kind of neat if we can get a rim light on the back of the robot's legs instead. And there it is on the close-up. You can see how it's illuminating that normally dark part of its leg. Next, we wanted to add a red light on the front of the robot. So we used a xenon flashlight with a red gel on it, and we illuminated the right side of the robot and separated it from the other side. You could add other LED lights around it, actual prop lights in the frame or practicals, to create the motivation for that light if you wanted to. Next thing we wanted to do is to color the fill light a little bit so that it's not just pure white. And we're adding a little bit of a greenish blue tinted gel so that it doesn't feel like the fill light is the exact same hue as the key light. We wanted to separate them, make them feel like two whole different entities. Now we're going to add a background light. It's the same flashlight we were using the last time to add as a rim light on the last object. It has a very definite pattern, and so we're using it to actually shape the background. So first we flag the light off the background from the key light, then we reverse the direction of the key light for the background light. This creates a much more interesting frame. Now we're adding a little flag on the left hand side, primarily to flag the light coming from the fill light off the background. So we don't want any light spilling from the fill light onto the background. We want the background to be even more high contrast and to be only lit by the background light itself, which is that new spot that we introduced. Now we're adding a miniature flag on the left hand side. Once again, this is being used to flag some of that fill light off the legs of the robot. There's really no particular reason why we're doing it, it's just a creative reason, we just thought it would look better. Now we're adding a small LED on the bottom left hand side of the frame to try to make a gradient on the head of the robot, right there. Next, we're going to try to add another rim light on the left hand side to also highlight the robot's left leg. It seems like it's kind of counterintuitive. Why would we flag some of the fill light off and then add another rim light to do exactly what the fill light was doing? Because it's a whole different direction. It's creating a line of highlight along the entire leg that's a lot more interesting than what the fill light was doing. It's also creating another highlight on the head of the robot that makes it look like he has eyes now. Okay, so that does it for this object. Let's see what would happen if we take this object right out of the frame as it is and dropped in a metallic one instead, like this camera right here. Notice that the magnesium coating on that camera makes it so that it's not reflecting light in a very specular manner, like the remote control did because it was mostly chrome. The only reflective surface on that camera is that chrome ring on the front. And because we're using a very soft key, it's actually not very distracting. It's not too bad actually. If the intention was to light the camera, this is not how I would do it. However, it is actually working pretty well considering. The metal skin of that camera is absorbing more light than the plastic of the robot was. So it just needed a small bump in exposure, but that's about it. So let's go ahead and tear it down and see what it would look like if we hadn't used any of our lights, and see if it was just a key, what would this image look like. There goes the red light, there goes the LED that was making the blue light on it, there goes the background light, and there goes the rim light, there goes the other rim light, there goes the fill. We're taking away the cards, now it's just being lit by the key light. So there you go, that would be the image without any lighting if you had just put the camera on a table and put a light on it. Now let's watch it in reverse order and make sure we know exactly what we did. Now the last three setups are pretty interesting if you're into futuristic type things, but what if you're not? What if you want to know how to light something more classic? Let's just say a Super 8mm camera and its splicer. This is what it would look like if you put a light directly above the camera, like a lot of people do, and just try to take a photograph of it this way, or try to shoot some video of it that way, maybe do some pans and tilts on it. Doesn't look very interesting, but if you take the light off to the left hand side, it starts to get some character. Mainly because we're starting to get a shadow off to the right hand side of the frame, we're starting to get a little bit of character, the camera's starting to feel like it's three-dimensional. But let's just say we decided to use a soft fluorescent light instead of that hard light that we had on the left hand side. At first it doesn't look very good, but when we iris down and we do some things, it's going to look really nice. There we are irising down, so we're bringing it down to exposure, and we're bringing in a fill light on the right hand side so we can actually read the lettering on it. Now we're going to bring in a cardstock on the left hand side of the frame to block some light off the background, just like we learned in the last section. After a little bit of manipulation, we can get that flag to block just enough light off the background that it will have separate exposure from the camera itself. So there's the set as we have it right now. The next thing we're going to try to do is bring in a flag on the right hand side of the frame to block some of the fill light off of that metal dial. It darkens the right side of the camera, and it also breaks up that metal dial and makes it more interesting. Darkening the edge of your frame is always going to draw more attention to the center where it ought to be. Now we're going to bring in a reflective card in the center of the frame, as you can see it right there, to bring up the front element of the camera. Watch it lightening the shadows at the front of the camera as we swing it in and out. As I said before, darkening the edges of the frame is going to draw more attention to the center, so we're going to darken the bottom left hand side with a small flag. As you're doing your lighting, make sure you keep checking back with your monitor. That way you can make sure that the magnitude of the effect isn't too great. Next thing we're going to do is try to color the frame a little bit. We're going to try to put in this full CTO, color temperature orange gel, and color the key a little bit to see what would happen. We're going to try to color a portion of the light or the entire light. And I personally don't like that effect, so I switched it over to the fill light to see what would happen then. I personally like that effect a lot better. It was a little bit more subtle. It only colored a part of the frame and not the entire frame as if it were the key light. Next I brought in a xenon flashlight with a CTO gel on it because I wanted to bring up the texture of the camera on the right hand side of the frame. And it worked very well as a rim light because it brought up that fine texture that's on the camera so it feels like you can almost touch it. Next I brought in another flashlight on the left hand side of the frame with double CTO on it, and the reason I used double CTO is because it was an LED light, so it's more blue and it requires more CTO to get that orange look. The purpose of that LED light was to bring up that dark area in front of the splicer, so now the image is complete. Now the setup is ready for us to do pans, tilts, zooms, whatever we like to present this product. Now that we're done with our tabletop setups, I wanted to take a couple of minutes and actually show you some of the instruments that we use to arrive at the final frames. The first thing I want to show you is the fluorescent bulbs. The one on the top right hand side is about $1.50 a piece. The one on the bottom left hand side is about $2 a piece. They're both made by Conserve Energy. If you buy them in bulk, if you buy 4 of them at a time instead of just one at a time, you're literally only paying $2 a piece for them. The one on the top right hand side is only 13 watts, but it puts out the equivalent of 40 watts. The one on the bottom left hand side is 23 watts, puts out the equivalent of 80 watts. Here we irised our camera down to about f11 and used 2 levels of ND so we can show you exactly what the bulb looks like at full flame. They do have a slight greenish color cast, but that's easily corrected either by white balancing to them or by using an 8th magenta color correction gel. The effort is worthwhile because they emit almost no heat. That's why I can safely handle them with my bare hands even when they're on. You can see how the 13 watt model emits a lot less light at the exact same exposure than the 23 watt model. It has a slight flicker to it until it warms up and gets a temperature. Here are the bulbs next to some other more conventional bulbs. The one on the top left hand side is the soft diffused bulb, it's about 40 watts, and the one on the bottom right hand side is the bare bulb that we used in the card table scene. Here's the 40 watt standard bulb at full intensity at the exact same exposure as we used for the 23 watt and the 13 watt fluorescent bulbs. Here's a 23 watt bulb. You can see that it emits a lot more light while using about half the energy of the 40 watt standard bulb. So it emits twice as much light, uses half the energy. That's why it's really nice to be able to use these all day long in a tabletop setup, especially when filming food or other things that can melt under heat. Now here's the 40 watt bare bulb that just has a thin filament on the inside, and it doesn't have that diffused glass that makes the filament larger in size. That's why the light from this is very sharp, and the shadows that are generated on the objects are extremely hard shadows. This is the same bulb, of course, that we used in the card table scene to light the people's faces. Notice how it makes a very defined edge along Daniel's forehead, and also it makes very sharp shadows underneath Elaine's chin. Those can be exploited to great effect in situations like that, where it actually calls for hard shadows. Here's the 13 watt fluorescent bulb in the exact same situation. You can notice it has a little bit more of a greenish tint to it, which actually serves the situation a little bit, but it also has no hard shadows at all. So if you didn't want to make hard shadows, you could use that bulb instead. Let's talk about some of the other accessories that we used in the tabletop setups. I bought 8 of these metal-based alligator clips for about $10 from a local store. You can find them at most bookstores, and they're really great for actually holding these miniature flags that we were using throughout the setup. These flags are fantastic because they're black on one side and white on the other, so they can either be used for negative fill or positive fill depending on what you're using for that situation. They're cut from large pieces of cardboard backing that's used for mounting photographs. Here we're using 2 clips to mount a larger flag. And as soon as you turn it around, it becomes a reflector, or you can use it for making reflective lines in the surfaces as we discussed in one of the setups. You can also use the clips to mount the flag directly to the countertop. This is useful when you want the reflective line or the negative fill line to start directly from the countertop. Next thing I'm showing you is a kit for converting a standard AA mag light to an LED light instead. The bulb on the left hand side is the standard xenon bulb that comes with the mag light. The LED cluster on the right hand side can be purchased for about $10, and it converts a $5 mag light into a powerful LED light. Total cost is about $15, and you get a much more powerful LED light that uses standard AA batteries, and it's very rugged. It also comes with a push button switch on the back, which makes it real easy so you don't have to twist the head every single time to turn it on and off. You can also buy this flashlight mounting device for about $5, which allows you to lock in the flashlight into any position that you need and make just the right light. You can also add gels by the use of some gaffer's tape. You can use any gel that you like, just cut it into a very small square inch, and then use 2 pieces of gaffer's tape to mount it in place. Another useful LED light is this miniature one for about $10 that comes with its own stand so you can position it any way that you like. And it makes a great rim light. This police flashlight is the Pelican M6 Lithium. It's the same one that we used earlier to make a red light in front of the Zenith Space Command remote control. Because it's powerful at 8 watts and because it has a great reflector, it can push through diffusion and gels and still maintain its brightness and saturation. We used it to great effect earlier in the scene with Arnie and Daniel, and it was really the only flashlight we had that was able to be visible even in that extremely bright situation. Pelican also makes an LED version of the exact same light called the M6 LED. It has a 1 watt Luxion inside it, so it's 8 times less powerful, but at the same time, it's 40 times more efficient. So if you need a little bit more light, not quite as much as a Xenon, you can use the M6 LED. There's a manufacturer that also makes a 3 watt version of this LED light, but at the same time, look at the type of lens that they use on theirs as opposed to Pelican's. Pelican also makes a 3 watt version of their M6 LED. It just uses 3 batteries instead of 2. But what I want to draw your attention to is the quality of the reflector and the quality of the lens that they use in their particular flashlight. Unless you're going for some kind of an effect, most of the time the Pelican flashlight is going to end up being the winner in this case because they use a much higher quality reflector and a much higher quality lens and optics. Now notice how the 3 watt Luxion emits about a half a stop more light than the 1 watt Luxion. However, you'll notice on the competitor's flashlight that it has a green fringe around the center spot that the Pelican does not have. The last thing I want to draw your attention to is the 2 Pelican flashlights, the 1 watt Luxion on the left hand side and the 8 watt Police Xenon flashlight on the right hand side. Notice how the Police flashlight is not only yellow but it's also about 2 stops brighter, whereas the 1 watt Luxion is blue, which is daylight, and it's also about 2 stops less bright. Now the reason for that, of course, is that LEDs are daylight balanced in this particular case, whereas the Xenon is going to be about 3200 degrees Kelvin. So you can see the different uses for those. However, don't forget that the 1 watt Luxion is 40 times more efficient. It'll last about 40 hours on 2 batteries, as opposed to the Xenon, which will last only about an hour on 2 sets of batteries. You can buy either one of these flashlights for under $50. They're very affordable, and also the sets of batteries replacements are $25 for the rechargeable ones. They'll last about an hour for the Xenon and about 40 hours for the LED. Well, that's all she wrote for the tabletop setups. Thank you very much for watching the last 27 minutes. I hope it was fun for you. It was definitely fun for me making it for you guys. I hope this will help you make insert scenes for movies, or insert scenes for product videos, or instructional videos, or even to help you sell stuff on eBay and make it look really nice. Whatever you use it for, I hope you the best of luck.